Gore, has she spoken to you? Is she online yet?
She is not online.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we please be quiet to panelists so that we can speak? It looks like Councilor Gore is on.
All right. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Gore. We'll come back to her. Councilor Denton.
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
Here.
Councilor Gore.
Here.
Thank you. Mayor Bennett, you have 7 present. You have a quorum.
We have to, permission,
Yes.
okay? So we do have Counselor Gore on the line.
Motion to allow Councilor Gore to join.
So moved.
Can you state your reason?
Councilor Gore, your reason for attending virtual,
And where you are? And where are you?
and where are you? Thank you.
Thank you. Oh. Ooh. Is there a motion to allow Counselor Gore to attend virtually due to her reason?
So
Madam
moved.
Mayor, let me just clarify, Councilor Gore stated COVID-19 is her reason, a medical reason based on her having contacted that, because just saying COVID-19 doesn't meet the statutory requirement. You have to be suffering from a medical disability, temporary or otherwise, or be caring for someone who is suffering from a medical
I said
disability.
COVID quarantining.
COVID quarantine.
Yeah, she's on quarantine.
I thought it was 19 too.
I thought she said COVID-19.
I did
So she
too.
said quarantine. Mhm.
Okay,
So she's had a COVID exposure. that
Yes,
requires
ma'am.
quarantine. That's
Okay.
the indication that should be in the record.
no,
Okay, please place that in the record.
okay.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Holloway.
Pelham.
Counselor Pelham? Roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham.
Yeah.
Motion passes to allow Councilor Gore to join.
Thank you. Is there a motion to go into closed meeting?
I move we go into closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1 to discuss prospective appointees to various boards and commissions and to discuss and consider personnel matters for city employees, city manager, city attorney, and city clerk.
Second. Motion's been made by Vice Mayor and properly seconded by Counselor Pelham. Discussion, roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes to go into closed.
Thank you.
I have asthma, so I just cough a lot, especially when I'm not happy. It's just used to it. Who are we waiting on?
Is there a motion to come out of closed meeting?
So moved.
Second?
I'm sorry, who seconded that?
Counselor Randolph?
Thank you. Ready? Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore, Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
I'm gonna check on to see if Gore is back in. Okay, Mayor Bennett, you have 6-0. Motion to come out of closed passes. Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D, were only public business matters, 1, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and 2, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore, Counselor Denton.
Here. Whatever.
This is the certification, so. Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
certification passes 6-0.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome all our visitors. At this time, we will have prayer by Reverend Danny Tucker, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Counselor Pelham.
May we humble our hearts in prayer. Most gracious Heavenly Father, we praise you and we thank you, dear Lord, for the blessing of your Holy Spirit. And we pray, Lord, that you will continue to watch over our city. Thank you, Lord, for our council members. And we pray you will give them wisdom and courage, Lord, as they carry out and perform their duties. Thank you, Lord, for our teachers, Lord, and thank you for keeping our children safe through another school year. And thank you for the love that our teachers show our kids every day. And then finally, Lord, we pray that we will give you honor and praise by the way we perform our duties as public servants. We praise you and we thank you in your holy name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there a motion to amend or adopt the regular meeting agenda?
I move that we amend the regular meeting agenda to add a closed session to the end of the agenda.
Second.
Motion to add a closed session to the end of the agenda. Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Pelham. I don't see any lights. Roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Counselor Gore. Motion passes 6-0 to add closed session at the end of meetings.
Okay. Is there a motion to adopt or amend the consent agenda?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda. Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Roll call?
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
I'm not voting on this, I didn't hear the motion, continue.
okay, Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 to adopt the consent agenda.
This time, I'd ask Mr. Terry to present us our financial report.
Good evening, council. Great classes going here. Good evening, council. I'd like to start in the financial report. This report is covering the period of July 1 through May 31st. And quickly, I'd like to go to section 1. Section 1 is the financial and compliance reporting. And this is the section in which we had our plan of action for completing. I will say to you that when I get a little bit deeper into the report, we've had some changes and some adjustments, but again, I want to make sure that I do go through what the plan of action that we laid out, and I will talk a little bit in detail where we are. For fiscal year 2019, we have the audit to be completed by calendar year 2020 fiscal year, completed again within this current calendar year. For 2021 fiscal year, we have 2022-23, and for 22 fiscal year, we have Plan 2023. And of course, for fiscal year 23, coming online for that fall of 23. Going to the next slide, which is just a summary of what we call the closing reporting audit workflow, where we go through a process of cash reconciliations, general ledger balances, recon, year-end closing, fund balance, pensions, GASB 45, which is post-employment benefits, government-wide financial statements. The next slide is just basically a slide we put in to let everyone know that both city and schools, we have a good relationship, and we're working at this together, but both of us are faced with the same type of activities, day-to-day operations, external reporting, and of course, in our case, we have Munis post-implementation improvements and implementation. And in the case, we both are utilizing our existing staff, and to give school credit, they have brought on an additional resource to take over some of the day-to-day operations so that their chief accountant can be more dedicated to the reconciliation and other things related to the audit. I'd like to turn to the next slide. The next slide is...
Mr. Terry, excuse me, can you just tell me, am I in the right place? I'm trying to follow you.
You're at the perfect place, ma'am.
Okay, great, thank you.
This is a requirement for us to make sure that I inform you on the slide. What you have is the compliance with what they call the audit delay notification. The new rules have changed that we need to make sure that we're reminding our governors and anyone else that would be interested where we are. We've updated this to reflect, which I will go into detail where we are with our external reporting, but we've updated to reflect as of 6/30 that we're estimating the 2019, and that was based on where we thought we would be at. This was done May 1st, and we thought we would be there at June 30th. But we'll go on to the next section 2. Section 2. Section 2 is what we call the updating you on the steps that are necessary to close the books, do the necessary compiling of the information in such a way that the auditor can then have access to the records. This includes both city, and schools. What I want to share with you is that we've increased in the percentage, of course. We've moved a little bit up on the cash recons and overall. What's more important, I can tell you that we really thought we would be pretty much down the line, and we are in certain areas. I'll go over that. But we've had a few things that we've just had to realize, and so I will tell you that those things occurred to us. For one, in the cash recon area, the treasurer's office, we've had a replacement, the individual that was picking up on the recons, and I still want to give a great deal of appreciation. That individual came in to us around January, and came into us, but took the responsibility. It was a contractor and was able to get us in a pretty good shape for 3 to 4 months compared to where it had been almost a year and 6 months. And we really identified that was not, 19 was not done. That contractor was working very closely with schools, and that individual had to leave us in May. So we have a replacement, so it's taken a few moments for the replacement contractor to catch up to speed, but I had a good report from the treasurer that he was confident that the work that had been done by the prior contractor was very, very good, and that he could pick up with it. On the school side, in the earlier part of May, we were very encouraged by all of the cooperation and where things were with cash. Schools was able to give me a good strong that they were approximately about 50% with the trial balance. If you recall, they had to rebuild the trial balance. It took them over a year and a half to do that. But what we've had on the school side, they've had some challenges also. And I'm here to report that they have responded very appropriately. I talked to them today. One of the responses was making sure getting the current year, the year that we're in right now, June 30th, 2022, to make sure that all of the records that need to be posted and passed down to the city is current. They had to stop to make sure that that got done. And I understand that because we don't want to have this year out of whack also. But they're back on top, and as a team, we're going to meet next week to talk about where we are and what we really need to do. I just want to make sure you all understand that that's where we are, and what we're going to try to accomplish next week is come up with where we might need some additional resources or a game plan. What I have done, I've taken the, I've taken the opportunity rather than say I was over-aggressive. I've had a conversation with the to-be auditor. Hopefully you all will approve the contract. And when I talked to him, I wanted to make sure he knew where we were physically, both city and schools, and what we had accomplished to date and what we had files to do. And I looked to my auditor to give me some guidance in terms of things that he would be looking for since he was in here last time. And when we came through this process in May, we were talking about a couple of things. One, we have done more analysis on the tax receivables and accounts receivables. We are pretty much certain that we will have a good handle with the grants. We are up to date in getting all the information we need on the fixed asset. That's a major piece of the balance sheet. Accounts payable, we have that in a situation. We now have an individual on staff that was responsible for that in the last 2 audits. With the enterprise fund, we are working closely with those accountants there. There were some things we determined with the new Munis project manager that's on board, or expert, if you will. There were some things that had not been done within Munis, and we worked with the enterprise accountants to bring those things up and get some things booked better. The Beacon Theater is one of the other enterprise. We have completed all the work there. And as I spoke with the auditor going through the same thing I'm going through with you, I also had to share with the auditor, and I'll share with you, and I'll just keep this just short. I don't want to go into a whole lot of detail, but I do have one organization that have completed everything that they know to do based on the audit program. I did a sort of like a straw man audit program of what I thought the auditor would be looking at. That particular unit, which is social services, completed 19, 20, 21, and 22. And I told the auditor, once we have them under contract, we're going to start uploading all of that right up front. To give you a perspective what that means that all the auditor has to do with that large piece of part of the financials is really get a sample. They do the sample, and depending upon his professional judgment, he may be able to just go ahead on and take care of all of the years out for that. That'll be done. We'll have to wait and see, but I do want to let you know that some of my areas have really taken my advice that we pretty much have an idea. Let's get started and let's compile. So I told David we would not, Robertson, Farmer, and Cox, that we would not upload anything until after we have approval from council in terms of going forward. That's the conversation I had. He was excited because we've been together on this ship last time around, and we were nowhere close to where we are now. Going over to Section 3. Section 3 is dealing with operation and assignment. I will cover this very quickly. I'm excited about because we're at the end of the year and we're looking good. If you will, cover in the accounts payable. As you can see, those are the invoices that we processed in the month of May, as well as the checks that we've cut. For payroll, we've done 2 payrolls in the month of May, and we are on track with that. Everything, all of the reporting that needs to be done has been done. We're up to date on that. Accounting, we're working, that unit within my organization is working still closely with information technology in departments, treasurer, whatever is necessary. I'll take a step back, and I don't want to drag this out, but one of the things we discovered, and I'd like to address in my presentation, Councilor Randolph had asked me a question some time ago when we closed out on a miscellaneous expense, and we shut that down. We gave you a report, we told you that was done. What we didn't realize that when you have an upgrade, the new version of Munis brought those codes back. So we go through a process now of each month doing a review, and we determined that they are there, and so we went back through and we've gotten those corrected out. So if you don't understand what I'm saying, I apologize, but what I'm saying is the upgrade did not factor in that it would bring back in all the original codes, and we went through and reviewed that. So staff is getting a little bit more accustomed to going through and doing a review, and we hope to point that out to the auditor to give him some comfort that we're doing the review we need to do. Financial reporting, of course, and budgeting. We've been working with you all, providing information, and we'll continue to do that. Under the quarterly report, victim witness, we're current. State Com Board, we're current. And what I want to really get to is the announcement that the Finance Department welcomes Ms. Felicia Ashburn as our new procurement officer and finance business analyst. Ms. Ashburn brings to the city several years of professional experience in procurement, in accounting and administrative systems, Munis, and assisting us in year-end close audits, as well as policies and procedures. She's directly responsible for managing the procurement and contracting of city services, supplies, materials, and equipment. Also, Ms. Ashburn will provide financial or finance business analysis support to departments and division in workflow, problem solving, documenting processes, documenting procedures, developing new processes where applicable, and recommending technology. I have an attachment because I asked Ms. Ashburn to give me her projection of projects that she was going to attack once she got on board. And that's attachment A, and I just hit them very, very high. In the procurement area, she laid out that she would handle the bid module. And of course, each area has the purpose, the improvement, the efficiency, the estimated planning, estimated resource, and estimated completion time date. She wants to make sure that we can get in a bid module that will give us more transparency and more accessibility to bidders to look at. On the citywide website, the bid opportunity page, we're working on that. The purpose is to have that more available so we can see what current awards are made. Everybody will be able to have access to that, internal and external. Under the finance, is what we use the term P cards, but it's purchase card implementation. That is a very key thing. That's going to help us with our managing our spending, managing how we procure from beginning to end. That's a very significant piece that Munis always have had that feature, but we have not effectively. We really hadn't adjusted at all. So that's one of the projects that she had some exposure to and has seen how that's supposed to work correctly, and that will help us manage much better our spending and controls. The second would be year-end closing, which we're in now. We are about making sure we reduce any errors in accounts payable so that we'll have a good audit and we'll have a good end of the year. And then lastly, accounts payable. Believe it or not, we're paper intensive still, and so we want to move by using the Munis system so that we are not paper intensive. So those are the projects that she has laid out for us, and we will continue to update you all. We've put the time frame. We didn't put a specific date, but we got an idea that it'll be by the quarters that we're having. Lastly, we'll continue to work with the Information Technology Office as well as the Munis Technology project team leader that's on board. Actually, to my surprise today, it wasn't a surprise because we've been talking about it, but we got an update invite where Munis will be working with the finance department next week to go through to look at reassessing where we are with the system, what enhancement we might want to do, and how we want to get it done, particularly as it relates to the recommendations that were in the audit. And I want to say thank you to the IT Munis analyst because she was able to actually get that done and get us on that particular calendar. It'll be 2 days for us in the midst of everything else we're doing. And yes, I realize we have budget next week also, but that's just the way our lifestyle goes. Next is the, Madam Clerk, if you'll go all the way over to the section 4, which is the budget.
This is section 4.
Okay,
This is the first page of section 4.
thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Would help if I put my glasses on. Okay. All righty, so in the budget, we are moving right along. We're on track. We are almost there. So we scored it at 95%, and we're looking to close that. Section 5. Section 5 is dealing with the transfers. This is the report transferred made by the city manager, authorized by the city manager. There were no cross-fund transferred made in the month of May. So from July of 2021 through now, there's been no cross-fund transfers, and I have taken a good sample, and again, we say it in a very pleasant way, but we take a hard look to make sure that there isn't any, and the city manager always laughs because he knows that I'm taking an extra look at that. What we had, though, we did have one transfer, and that was because of the emergency and the technology with the courts building. Service had gone down. A lot of issues happened in the month of May. The IT director probably would be the best person to talk about what they were in specifics, but that was a pretty much big crisis in the month of May, so we had to do some things to get some things in order to start making sure that the courts can operate. And then we had some emergency repairs with the fire station, water coming through, things falling out the ceiling. So those items were funded from the general fund, and they were from the city manager's suite of accounts. He went back through and looked at what he had and some of the vacancies within his suite, and that's where he made the ability to be able to make the adjustments, and it's still within the general fund. Also, we looked at the health insurance lines within police and fire because there were some savings there within those lines. So as far as I can report to you, I'm not your internal auditor, but I'm your finance director. It was appropriate, and we signed off on it. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. I have one Councilor Randolph.
Mr. Terry, thank you for that report. I have two quick questions. One, my first one is that on the annual comprehensive financial reports, you've listed estimated completions, but then went on to tell us that you've had a delay. Could you give us a roundabout updated timeframe for those estimated completions now, since we know we're not going to make 630 for 18-19?
Yes,
when do
ma'am.
we think we will make that?
Yes, ma'am. I'll do it in two ways.
Okay.
I'll tell you what I want.
Yes.
However, I met with the treasurer and some other members within the city. And I also had a conversation with schools today. We're going to meet next week.
Yep.
So that we can all agree on what we think is a real date, and I'll come back to you with that. I would like to, because we're at the end of June, I would like to say July. That's absolutely drop dead, but I need to make sure that I have input from the others. I understand where they are, I understand what they have, I understand what they're up against. So it's two phases I'm answering you. One, what I want, and then once I meet with them and find out where we really can have unity amongst ourselves to get this done. What we will do, though, is we will definitely, with the desire that you all will approve the audit contract, we will begin to upload information to the auditor so that he can start doing test work or whatever he wants to do. Okay.
Would you make sure that you do come back to us in next Tuesday and kind of give us an update?
Yes, ma'am.
And the second quick question is, you mentioned that Munis had an issue in doing the upgrades because we have requested kind of a proprietary system which takes out the miscellaneous. Is that going to be a manual process every single time we go through upgrades? Or is there a way or a plan for you all to take that manual process out so you don't run into that every single time?
The project team leader for IT, that's one of the reasons we went to her and say, can we get Munis to meet with our staff, all of the players in finance? We're going to ask that question to Munis. Is it within their suites to flip a switch that says codes that they have actually said, is inactive?
Right.
Don't bring them forward with the next upgrade.
And that meeting has been set or not set yet?
It's set for Tuesday and Wednesday.
Okay, thank you.
How well do I know?
Are you okay?
Thank you.
Counselor Pelham?
Yeah, Mr. Terry, how many credit cards does each department have for city credit card? How many credit cards are there assigned to each department?
I would not know that number exactly off the top of my head, but I can get you that information.
I mean, so can you tell us who by title has a credit card for each department?
Well, I can tell you that the policy is that you have to be an employee. Okay.
What about a director?
Directors,
And
yes.
secretary, driver, I'm saying,
I don't
who
know.
has credit cards for the
Every
city?
department has something a little bit different because in a department, you might have a director that has determined that admin that's underneath him, secretary or whatever, would also need to be privy to having a card. But I can get back to you with an accurate statement.
How many, do we have out there?
Yeah, and exactly in each department who. I can do
Yes, the
that.
title of the person.
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have Counselor Gore online, calling virtually. Did you have any questions?
No, thank
Okay.
you.
I just have a quick question,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Terry. The procurement, in attachment A, procurement officer and finance business
ma'am.
analyst, proposed projects. Are those two positions, are those two separate positions or
No, ma'am.
one position?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll talk to you offline.
Yeah,
Okay.
just for the benefit of everybody, I'm responsible for that. I've been here long enough to know that that's been a gap. We call purchasing. I have a bad streak in my body when you just say purchasing, because procurement is a technical issue, particularly with EVA, paralegal kind of stuff like that. But also what has been not well done is we have not had a business analyst that can work with the department that's trying to process something and say within this department, this is how we can do things better. So I wanted someone that was familiar enough with audits to be able to write procedures, work with brothers. All those things y'all been talking to me about, finally I got to the point and said, if I find somebody that's willing to step up and do that, I want to combine it, so the function is combined.
Okay, will all the contracts be done through this office?
Yes.
So there won't be any direct offices.
Well,
All of the contracts will be generated through the procurement
well,
office.
we have to deal a little bit different when we
Okay.
start talking with the,
So we'll talk, we'll
Yeah.
bring this up
yeah,
again.
okay.
Thank
yeah,
you.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
I don't see any other lights. Thank you, Mr. Terry.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we're gonna go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Ward.
I've got it up. Is that,
Public hearing one.
do you want the presentation itself?
Oh, you gonna scroll through it?
Do you have it, Chris? Oh, no. You do, okay, then let me give you the rights.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Tonight, for our first public hearing, the City of Hopewell has received a request for a conditional use permit from Jimmy Darden to convert a single-family detached home located at 2107 Day Street, also identified as subparcel 0310200, to a two-family duplex. The property is an interior lot. It's located 250 feet from the intersection of North 21st Avenue and Day Street. The property consists of a 1,400 square foot, two-story, single-family detached home. It's zoned R2, which is our residential medium-density district, and it sits on a lot that's 0.34 acres, or approximately 14,800 square feet, and it's located within Ward 3. The applicant proposes to convert the home from a single-family residence to a two-family residence. So there would be an apartment on each floor. The 2028 comprehensive plan designates this property and those immediately in the vicinity as urban mixed residential. This designation in the multifamily residential category recommend high-density dwellings, including retirement and age-restricted projects, and development flexibility for new infill and redevelopment projects. The urban mixed residential district qualifies for selective re-subdivision of qualifying projects where lots or entire blocks could be consolidated for redevelopment. The comprehensive plan designation allows for duplexes in this area, and the zoning ordinance allows for duplexes by the conditional use permit process. Each unit would be approximately 700 square feet with 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, and a living room kitchen combination, so somewhat of an open floor plan. A double driveway would be constructed, allowing separate access for each unit. A new roof, updated balcony will also be provided, along with interior improvements to the units. Staff has reviewed the application, and we offer the following. The request to convert this single-family detached structure into a duplex or two-family structure is in keeping with the comprehensive plan goal to provide a variety of housing choices. In Chapter 9, page 205 of the plan, this concept of middle housing is discussed. Middle housing is a range of multi-unit or clustered housing types compatible in scale with single-family homes that can help meet the growing demand for varying housing types, walkable urban living, and affordable units. This is not to say that every request to convert a dwelling to a higher density should be approved without consideration of other key factors. Those factors include, but may not be limited to, the parking, the design, and accessibility. Staff believes in this instance of this conditional use permit that the applicant has addressed each of these elements sufficiently. To date, the city has not received any opposition to this proposal, and staff recommends the approval of the application. Staff contends that the applicant has met the provisions of Article 21, Amendments, Section D, Conditional and Special Use Permits, Subsection D, Approval Criteria. The Planning Commission held a public hearing regarding this conditional use permit on May 5th and did not hear any relevant public comments against the applicant's proposal to convert the single-family detached house into a duplex. The Planning Commission recommends to City Council that the application be approved as presented. At the City Council work session, which was held on May 10th, we went through this presentation, and there were some questions that came up during that presentation. I'm going to skip ahead to those. The 4 questions were, number 1 of the 4 is, what is the square footage of the bedrooms? And Mr. Darden has supplied that information to us. They're going to average between 120 and 140 square feet. Question number 2 was, what is the percentage of owners and renters in the neighborhood? I went a pretty wide area around this property. I took a survey of 100 properties around this particular property, and it comes out to be 54% owner occupied, 34% renter occupied, and 12% unknown. I was utilizing our building blocks software that you all are probably familiar with, that the city purchased last year. Basically, the 12% unknown building blocks was unable to determine whether it was owner occupied or renter occupied. The third question was, will landscaping be installed as shown in the renderings? And I'll back up to those in a minute. The answer is yes from Mr. Darden. And then the last question was, can driveways fit on each side? There was a question as to whether there was enough width on the east side. And based on the measurements I took from our GIS system, there is plenty of room on both sides of the house to construct a driveway that would meet city driveway standards. The conditional use permit process requires that we go through the following considerations. Will the proposed conditional use be in compliance with all regulations of the applicable zoning district? Will the proposed conditional use endanger the public health, safety, morals, comfort, or general welfare? Will the proposed conditional use be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity? Will the proposed conditional use conform to the character of the neighborhood within the same zoning district in which it is located? Will the exterior architectural appeal and function plan of any proposed structure be at variance with the exterior architectural appeal and functional plan of the structures already constructed in the immediate neighborhood? Does the public interest and welfare supporting the proposed conditional use sufficiently outweigh the individual interests which are adversely affected by the establishment of the proposed use? And lastly, will the proposed use result in the destruction, loss, or damage of any feature determined to be of significant ecological, scenic, or historic importance? Again, staff supports the application as presented, as does the Planning Commission. We do have the chairman of the Planning Commission here this evening to answer any questions you may have for him. We also have the applicant, Mr. Darden, here this evening if you have additional questions. That is the end of my presentation.
I do not see any lights, This time, we will open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, did we receive anyone to sign up for the public hearing?
I did not.
No. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak in behalf of this public hearing? No? Public hearing is closed. Now we have to open for the school board vacancy. Counselor Denton?
Do we need to make a motion on that?
Soliciting any action on it?
Yes.
Okay. How, can I make it? I'd like to make a motion that we approve this conditional use permit as presented for 2107 Day Street.
Second?
Motion's been made and properly seconded. I do not see lights.
Just on the phone?
She's coming back.
Counselor Pelham walked away. Roll call.
I think she's coming back. Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore, Counselor Gore, and Counselor Pelham has stepped away, so motion passes. Counselor Denton,
Yes.
motion passes 5-0. Mayor Bennett, Counselor Gore has raised her hand.
Mm-hmm. Counselor Gore?
Are you there, Counselor Gore?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Thank you.
Yeah, it said the motion on the floor that was voted on just said to approve. It did not state conditions, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's fine. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Did you want to, can I call your name for the vote?
The vote is closed.
Yes, I voted no.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
She can't. Ask the city attorney.
My only comment was that the motion was to approve it as presented, which would include the conditions that were stated.
It was supposed to approve it as presented?
That was Mrs. Denton's motion, is all.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
If it is as presented, then I'm fine as long as it includes the
As
conditions. I did not hear as presented. I heard
As
to
presented.
approve.
She specifically said as presented.
Presented.
Yeah, she did say as presented for 2107 Day Street.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Public hearing 2 for the school board vacancy. Madam Clerk, did we receive anyone to sign up this evening?
We had no one to sign up for tonight. No.
Does anyone in the audience would like to speak on the school board vacancy prior to us? Okay. Council, do you have any questions before we open the public hearing?
Yeah. Okay. You said you'd open it up for public.
It's open. Public hearing is open. And we did not receive anything.
Yeah.
Do you have applications?
I do have 3 applications. But we, of course, will set up interviews after this evening.
Well,
You have to
let's
read the
close the
names
public
into the-
hearing.
Do you
Well, you have
want,
to read the names into the public hearing, I believe.
Okay, so we have Mr. John Griffin,
Mm-hmm.
and we have Mr. Christopher Reber, and Counselor Pelham, what do you?
The young lady application we had today had school board on it. Cortez,
Oh.
Cortez.
Cortez?
That was one of the choices. So her name has
Ms.
to be.
Cortez. So we have.
Who did she email?
No, it was on the,
It was a TBR.
It was
It
a-
was the lady who was for,
And you
HRHA.
gave that one to us, and
yeah.
you gave that to us, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Right. Public hearing is now closed. Would anyone like to take action to close the application process?
I'll make that motion that we close the application pool on the 3 names as stated by the city clerk, Griffin, Reber, and Cortez.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. I do not see any lights. Roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
No.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton. Yes. Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Mr. Thompson.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Parton, and members of City Council, it's a pleasure to be here tonight to do the redistricting. And you should have also gotten a hard copy of the PowerPoint presentation. And I know she is working diligently to pull it up,
I am.
I think. We can go ahead while she's pulling it up. As you know, it's been a several month process. Very quickly tonight, I'd just like to go through for the people in the audience as well as those listening to kind of give them a follow-up of what we've been working on as far as trying to get the maps done. The Department of Development met with City Council during the December meeting, provided a brief overview of the redistricting process. At that time, council agreed to a work session and would confirm a date during the January meeting. At that meeting, we had hoped May 1st would be the target date to have the approved map for review to the Virginia Attorney General's office. You're good. It's just a bunch of reading. We met again for a work session in February. Development staff met with City Council to provide a more comprehensive overview of the redistricting process. Mr. Andrew McRoberts, as you remember, was from Sands Anderson Law Firm. He went over the legal aspects of redistricting and explained the various processes and steps that would need to be taken. I provided you several map scenarios which were reviewed and discussed by councilors that night. Some of the points that were made that night from the 2020 census, the city of Hopewell's population grew by 1.95% from 2010, with a total population of 23,033 individuals. Ward 4, Councilor Gore's ward, saw the largest population growth with 690 individuals, causing changes that had to be made in each ward to offset that growth. The 2020 census data was to be used to determine the redistricting. And the criteria that we were required to follow, as it was explained to you that night, the median population for each ward was 3,290, or plus or minus 164 people from that 3,290 target, or plus or minus 5% population per ward. The City Council had a second work session with development staff in March, and we reviewed revisions and additional maps and scenarios based on your previous comments from the February meeting. Staff provided 6 map scenarios with changes made to previous ones and a new map scenario, and new map scenarios based on council feedback from the previous work session. In total, we did 12 maps, if my math is correct. And they were reviewed during the work sessions, with several being eliminated and others being revised or tweaked from previous meetings. Councilors narrowed the choices down by voting for their top 3 map scenarios. After discussion, council agreed to proceed with map scenario number 6. And the next page, which I know is grainy, but she's got it on the screen now. Thank you, Molly. The first picture is the proposed 2021 wards. And then the next page is in shaded areas are the proposed, and then the red and white and black checkered lines are the current wards as we're followed today. And I know that's very convoluted. Going on to the next page, that I made that population information much larger for you to see, that we were within all of the parameters. And Councilor Gore was right on the mark at 164. So, next page is the ward descriptions that I revised with the new ward lines. They were reviewed by staff as well as the city attorney, and was used as our advertisement for the public hearing. And finally, public hearing notice was advertised, and we had hard copy maps also available, myself as well as Norman Shelton from voter registrar, So tonight, upon approval by City Council, the map and data will be submitted for review for the Virginia Attorney General's office, and that after that, the new ward map will not go into effect until an issuance of certification of no objection is given from the Attorney General's office. And that process, from what we understand, takes about 30 days. So, with that, do y'all have any questions? I do thank you for all your hard work through the work sessions, and I've got my fingers crossed.
I don't see any lights. Open the public hearing.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up for the public hearing?
No, they did not.
Okay, is anyone in the audience who would like to speak on the redistricting public hearing? Public hearing is now closed. Council like to take action?
I'll make the motion that we accept the redistricting map as shown, number 6.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Don't see any lights. Roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Again, thank you very much. We'll be submitting it in the morning. I'll be putting all the paperwork together.
Thank you.
Thank you for your hard
Thank
work.
you. This time we have communications from citizens. Madam Clerk, if you would read that as I call Mr. Johnny Shelton.
A communication from citizens period, limited in total time to 30 minutes, is part of the order of business at each regular council meeting. All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number, and limit comments to 3 minutes. No one is permitted to speak on any item scheduled for consideration on the regular agenda of the meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Any questions must be asked through the mayor only, and there shall be no discussion without permission of the mayor. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed, subject to appeal to a majority of council. You may go ahead.
Thank you, Molly. My name is John Shelton. Thank you, City Council. There's a time ago, I'd like to help build the ship Hopewell. In August of 1984, before I brought the Discovery and Godspeed to Hopewell, I told the City Council that we would, if we failed, we would build the ship. The keel should be laid, hopefully within 10 years. Well, it's a little bit longer than that because I had other commitments in the military. This boat is to be a shallow drafted, wide beam boat, a schooner, and there is an identical copy of it used at the South Street Seaport Museum in New York City, which I served on for a while. I also helped with the Clearwater at West Point Military Academy while I was stationed there as the NCOIC of the crew team, sail team, and also a coach on the parachute team. It's a twin-masted schooner with a steel hull, and it will give a long life of about 100 years, and the sister ship is the Pioneer, which is in New York City. Hopewell will be used to sail the tributaries and estuaries of the Chesapeake Bay, the bay, and taking aboard grade, junior, and high school students to teach them the importance of the Chesapeake Bay and its effect on the East Coast, water conservation, ecology, and conservation, commercial fishing, and the effect of the industry is having on the proliferation of the aquatic life within the Bay region. It is also used to give cruises to seniors, citizens on the waterways, and the group be able to give the scheduled docking points from Hopewell. Corporate executives are also groups and companies that will be able to donate to this and the waterways of the people that use the waterways of the Chesapeake Bay and also the rivers that lead into the Chesapeake Bay. The Hopewell is not a police ship and is not going to report any wrongdoings by anyone, as basically the riverkeeper and I have had words before about things like this. This will teach the children and their children, the children of the future generations, to come to the importance of living in a balance with water and Mother Nature. We now have the smartest generation in history of the earth to develop the ideas and bring clean environment back. It will not be an easy job for the Bay, as the Bay is also in trouble. It can be reversed. I believe that if we start now, there is only so much water on the face of the earth, and there will never be any more of water that we will. We're facing a crisis right now in droughts in some parts of the United States and around the earth also. It can be clean, and it can take time for this to work, and it will be willed to work towards the goals of the future generations. My report from the city of Hopewell is to form the committee of volunteers to build a ship. Materials will come from donations given to the project by the companies that use the tributaries and estuaries that lead into the bay. This is a Virginia task, okay? Not just one certain place. I believe we have the assets there. My wife was president of the Utah Wives Club, and we got donations from all over Hopewell and the surrounding areas to give to the troops for the works that they did.
Mr. Shelton?
Yes.
Your 3 minutes have expired.
Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton. Mr. Larry Sears? Mr. Scarce?
Yes. Hey, how you doing? Okay, it's my understanding that 6 months ago, we had an agreement between the city of Hopewell and Chesterfield County on lending us a police chief, an interim police chief. And it's my understanding that effective midnight tonight, that agreement will expire. And the acting chief, Chief Stark, will have to report back to Chesterfield on Thursday. That is not what the city needs. We're gonna put public safety in jeopardy by, what's the next goal of this body? We're not gonna, we're not gonna have a police chief? That's not what we need. And I mean, all the stuff that this man has done for the city since he's been here, and we're just gonna walk away and let him go back to Chesterfield and let the city suffer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to reports of boards and commissions. Dock Commission, Mr. Carl Bottom.
You'll stick in that PowerPoint.
Oh, so sorry.
Mayor Bennett, Vice Mayor Parton, council members, thank you for letting me speak to you tonight on behalf of the Dock Commission.
It's coming up.
Presented a PowerPoint for you about the Hopewell City Marina, since that seems to be our major concern here recently. We've taken this opportunity to bring the marina to you. You've been told here in the past, and we've not been able to speak as a Dock Commission, that the marina needs to go, that it needs to be destroyed, that it needs to be demolished, it needs to be turned into a park. You have been told by your former Parks and Rec director that the LDOC was a liability to the city, waiting to fall in on the heads of the slip holders. Well, what I've tried to do here tonight is to bring you the truth, okay? If we'll do the next slide, please. Let's start with the dock that you were told was beyond repair and a liability to the city and needs to be torn down right away. And if I'm not mistaken, you have already voted and condemned this dock to be torn down simply on the basis of a single man's recommendation. Let's start with the pictures that you see at the top right and the top left and the top center. Those were 3 finger piers that needed to be repaired. Do they look like they need to be repaired now? No, they're brand new. They have been repaired, and they were repaired by Parks and Rec. If you look in the center, that other finger pier has been repaired. If you look, and again, I remind you, this is the dock that you were told had to come down now. That's the walkway to the right and to the left, and these pictures were taken on May 24th. That walkway to the right and to the left on LDOC is in great shape. Great shape. What are we talking about? Let's go to the next slide, please. And this is our first opportunity to show you. You were told that it was getting ready to fall down on the people, and you were going to be sued as a city for liability. You were preached that. Do you see that? This is the LDOC. There were 4 new beams, support beams and braces put into the roof system. There they are right there. There is no threat of it collapsing. It's been repaired. And it was repaired by the same person who told you that it needed to come down now. There it is right there, LDOC. That is the dock that you have condemned. That is the dock that you have ordered to be demolished. There's nothing wrong with that dock that other than the roof has holes in it. Let's go to the next slide. As you can see here, you were told that there were pylons that were ready to collapse. They've already been fixed. There it is right there in the center picture. Support braces back on the front and back side. Now, yes, there are some other pylons that need to be fixed, but you see the answer right there. Now, yes, it's obvious The roof has got more holes in it than roof. But it's my understanding that when the hurricane came through, you already have a new roof sitting in a warehouse here in the city of Hopewell for that very dock. It was provided by FEMA, but never installed by your Parks and Rec director. So somewhere, supposedly, and I don't know this to be a fact, so I don't want to put it that way, you already have a new roof sitting in a warehouse somewhere to go in. We've just never investigated it, somebody to put it on. So one or two things has to happen to this dock. You either remove the existing roof that you have, or you take the one you already got and put it on. It's not that simple. It's certainly less expensive than tearing this dock down. Let's move on next, please. MDOC, you were told that this dock by your former Parks and Rec director, that this dock was also beyond repair, okay? The reason why this dock is suffering, if you'll notice, is that it's exposed to the sun and elements of all the weather, because at one time there was a gentleman named Randy Steele who decided that he wanted to bring sailboats into Hopewell and took the roof off of that dock. Well, having done so, he did it before he realized that the bridge on Route 10 was not high enough to accommodate sailboats. And that's some of the things that I think we're doing right now about this grant application to demolish these slips, is we've not thought it all the way through. We've listened to one man's idea, one man's proposal, and we have not thought about the consequences of what it affects on the city of Hopewell. This dock needs nothing more than new boarding. And if you'll notice, in the top right-hand corner, there is a pylon that is leaning, and that does need to be repaired. But that is not a major repair. If you'll look on the bottom right-hand side of that picture, you'll see that the walkways going to that dock is in fine shape. Beyond repair? Next, please. As you can see, a friend of mine and I went and took the time to go to a boat show and investigate what some of the answers could possibly be for the city of Hopewell. If you'll notice here, one of the major complaints by our previous Parks and Rec director is that the pylons are decaying, and you know there are some that are, and he was not telling you a lie about that. There are some. But there is a simple, affordable solution to fixing decaying pylons. You simply wrap them around, as you see the gentleman on the right side taking a wrap. You insert that wrap 12 inches into the soil, and you fill it with concrete around the pylon. You'll have a pylon that will last another 100 years. The cost of that is 25 cents per linear foot. We're looking at maybe $500 per pylon. Next, please. This is NDOT. This is your third and final dock. As you can see, the braces on the top look brand new. The roof is solid. There is not a single pylon that needs to be addressed. The T-head is solid. The walkway through the middle is solid. As you see, there are no leaning docks to pylons to the left of NDOT. Next, please. This is the roof. Solid. Whole. This is what we're going to tear down. This is what needs to be gone right away to be inclusive. I don't see it. I see nothing but functioning docks that need some repair that have been neglected for many years, only due to the fact of the lack of interest for former employees. Yes, this marina has been ignored. Yes, this marina could use some upkeep. No question about it. Next, please. But you'll see that what I'm showing you now. Okay. The proposal that was made to this council by Parks and Rec Department and Timmons Group was to tear down these marinas, get an event stage, have a multi-use permit, multi-use facility that was gonna host events while keeping the boat ramp in place. What I'm showing you, and these pictures were taken May 24th. That is a parking lot without a single space for somebody to go to the park. That parking lot is full. People are now parking on the street with trucks and trailers. If you had an event there, a concert, a festival, where is the parking going to be? These are things that needed to be thought of before we automatically condemn it and remove it. Where are you going to park? Either you're going to start towing trucks and trailers without boats because you have an event that day, or there's going to be no parking for the event. It is not designed to be a multi-use property. There's not enough parking. If you'll go to this, and I've written down all this stuff, but I don't need to read it. If you go to, on any given Saturday through the months of April and October, or Sunday, Saturday and Sunday, there's no parking. When are the people going to use this new park? Mostly Saturdays and Sundays. So either you're going to have people taking up boat parking, or you're going to have boats taking up park parking. And you'll have people walking all the way down the streets or getting hit by cars. Who knows? I know that if you keep that boat ramp open, there's no room for a park. Either you close the boat ramp and you make it strictly a park, or you don't try to use it as a multi-use facility. Next, please. Now, what has been ignored over all of this is the fishing area. That's what we should be concentrating on. That's where we can do the most good for the community. Okay? We could take this area, and as you see it as it lays there, it's basically a 3-rail fence and a gravel road with potholes. And that's it. I visualize taking some of the income that we could generate from the marina and the boat ramp, paving that area with asphalt, taking that fence down, putting in a fence line or a fence that has set up for fishing. You have a ledge along the top of the fence where people could cut bait. You have places where you could have already installed rod holders. You could have benches for people to sit on. You could have lighting for night fishing. This is where our efforts need to go. If you talk about taking care of and being inclusive for all the community, this is where we need to start. Right here. As it stands right now, you have a gravel driveway with a 3-pole fence. People have to lay their rods up against the fence. They have to sit on the tailgates of their truck. Then they have to wait for a fish to bite. Finally, if you would please, next. Transients visit the Hopewell City Marina. What you see right there is a person who is still there. I took this picture before May. He's from Portland, Maryland. He's been here for almost 2 months. He is nestled into the marina. He is buying his groceries from Randolph Market. He is going out to restaurants. He is spending his money here. And I don't know how much longer he's going to be here, but he travels up and down. This is the 3rd time he's been here, and it was his wife that took the picture of that Hopewell City Marina. They love Hopewell. There's 2 more people coming in next week. So don't think that the marina doesn't bring in people to Hopewell, okay? They really do. It really does. I would like to ask, if the grant application you have applied for to demolish the marina is not accepted, what is Plan B? Do we have a Plan B? I would like the Dock Commission to be part of a Plan B, because I think
that this marina is a historic figure here in Hopewell. And I would like to ask for a work session between City Council and the Dock Commission to come up with what best suits everybody, every citizen of Hopewell, to what will work for everybody. It's like I was saying, that left side, there's so many things we could do to that while not eliminating what we already have. So I have respectfully request a work session with council in July or August with the Dock Commission. Whether we get that or not, that's totally up to you. Finally, I have been contacted, for your information, by a member of the family of John Raytheon, who was a Hopewell native.
John who? I'm sorry.
John Raytheon, who was a Hopewell native, 30-plus year merchant marine and chief engineer. And for your information, he was one of the main volunteers who built the marina. Their family is very interested in setting up an endowment fund to provide an annual funding for capital and maintenance needs for the Hopewell Marina. They thought this would be a great way to help Hopewell, the marina, and to honor John Raytheon's great legacy, thus costing the city nothing. That's all I have tonight. Thank you for your valuable time, and I really appreciate and totally respect whatever y'all decide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, can you ask acting city manager to make a note of that about the work session? I think that's a great idea to have with them.
I'm sorry, was there any questions?
No.
I apologize.
We're gonna get with.
I'm not very good at this.
July
okay?
and August, we'll get with our clerk, and she'll get with the city manager and decide when is the best time, because she reaches out to the commissions for
Well,
us, okay?
Great.
Thank you very
Yeah?
much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you already have one in mind, a date? Did you already come up with a date? Okay. Preferably August.
Yeah.
August for the joint work session.
August for the joint.
Yeah.
Please.
'Cause I know we have two, I can't remember what the second one is, but I know that we have the stormwater one in July, and there's a second one in July as well.
So the first meeting in August?
Yeah, well, there's only one meeting
One
in
meeting.
August.
It's only one meeting, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So did he hear that? She'll get with you.
Yeah, I'll get with you. I've got your information. You're welcome.
I'd have to ask if you would please have that separated from the meeting, the work session.
Sure.
Or there
A
can be
separate
a
meeting?
conversation, yes.
Okay.
Separate from the meeting.
Okay.
We only have one meeting in August, it's gonna be packed. There are many questions. And I like the forum we usually have with the school board office and ourselves in that setting where we can
Okay.
have a joint work session.
Joint work session with them.
Yes, a joint meeting, okay?
Okay, got it.
Moving on to regular business. Mr. Austin Anderson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. Item R1 tonight is our annual rite of passage, it's so been called, to bring our FY22 VDOT revenue sharing program reimbursements and roll them back into our CIP program. In the current fiscal year, the city received reimbursement payments from VDOT for completing eligible projects under the terms of our agreement between the city and VDOT. And we're here tonight to request council authorization to appropriate the VDOT revenue sharing program reimbursements to the city's CIP program. I've enclosed the minute excerpts from FY21 and FY20, just so you can see how that was voted in the past. And we have one project this year. It's our number one project, Moultrie Avenue. It's currently out to bid. We want to take this money that we've accrued this year and roll it back into the program so that we have the necessary funding that we need to deliver the construction of the project. If you have any questions on this, I can answer, but that's all I've really got for this one.
Can you just,
Vice Mayor Parton,
I move to appropriate the VDOT revenue sharing program reimbursements to the city's CIP.
second,
all right, and discussion, Counselor Pelham?
Mr. Anderson, can you just, for the public interest, give just an overview of what that project entails? You know, I mean, just to let them know.
Sure. Moultrie Avenue is going to improve about a 60-acre watershed. It's going to include all of Moultrie Avenue, Bluefield, Joseph Hooker Streets, Klingman. It's going to include culvert reconstruction of those 3 streets, a complete underground storm drainage system and outfall, new curb and gutter, new driveway entrances, new pavement. And I don't want to give you an estimate because we currently have the advertisement out for bid right now, but it's going to be well over $1 million project. And we've been working on this, the design of this project for the last 2 years, getting permitting, going through all those steps, and now we've got it advertised out on the street for construction.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't see any more lights, roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. All right, rolling along to R2.
I'm back for R2. I didn't even have to go sit down. All right, this next item is our fiscal year 21 and 22 right-of-way use fee revenue. I want to give a little background on this so you understand what this is. There's 2 different private communication companies that have underground and aerial communication lines in our city right-of-way. One is called Segra, formerly known as Loomis. The other is Windstream Services. Segra came to us about 6 years ago and wanted to run fiber optics lines in the city right-of-way for personal customers. I believe the city's now one of their customers, but the hospital's one of their customers, and they have big clients. So as part of the agreement to be in our right-of-way, they pay us a fee every year of $1.25 per linear foot. They did not pay that for the first couple of years, and we had to work with them to get that caught up. So you'll see the large number there, the $139,000 number, was a 4-year payment. I'm sorry, $162,000 is the 4-year payment. It's going to come in a little over $41,000 a year going forward. That's the first revenue that's come in. The second and third items on the memo are from Windstream Services, and this is actually for the schools. So this is how they communicate. All the schools are linked through fiber. And again, this fiber optics line is in the city right-of-way. They pay us an annual use fee to be in the right-of-way, and we're asking to take this revenue and put it back into our pavement management program so we can pave some local streets with this funding. And finally, I included a screenshot, Molly, on the next slide to show that each year it was non-budgetary revenue, so it didn't have any budget added to it. This revenue was kind of irregular as we got started, so we weren't sure. It never was budgeted, just to show that we're asking to roll this back into our capital program so that we can post this money and start doing projects with it. And that's all I have on this item. If there's any questions on this, and again, when we come back next year, that the request will probably be for 2 $40,000 payments. That 162 was just getting us caught up from going back to fiscal year 17.
Okay, before we go on, I would like to ask council to extend the meeting.
Yeah, I move that we extend the meeting until we finish our second closed session.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes to extend the meeting.
Okay. Vice Mayor Parton.
All right. I move that we appropriate the reimbursements from the right-of-way use fee revenue to the city's pavement management program.
Second. Discussion.
Counselor Pelham.
How do we how do we just happen to find out about they not paying us?
Well, we,
I was interested.
yeah, we knew, the first year that they built, they didn't get fully online until the end of the year. And they also, the Segra payment, they did a lot of work for the city on a reimbursement basis. They got our city hall connected on Lumos, which was a cost. And they've also been going and every year connecting all of the satellite offices. They've gone down to Water Renewal, they've gone to Rec and Parks, they've gone to Public Works and Fire Station. So we just got behind on that payment. It's not for a lack of trying, but we just never got hooked up with them. And we finally put an end to it and got them caught up this year. And we have a process going forward that we've worked out with their finance people to make sure that we stay on top of it.
And we have a suspense to check to make sure, I guess. Do you do that or Mr. Terry?
Do we do what?
Do you do that or Mr. Terry's office?
Do what exactly?
Capture the money to make sure they pay.
So what we do when it comes in, we work with the.
But if it doesn't come in,
I'm sorry.
How
No,
do you know?
we work with, because we've worked with their engineers
Okay.
to do the build, so we work with them. But when the money does come in, we work with the treasurer to get it posted in the right
that's the
account.
treasurer, okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
And we do have an account set up. This account was set up back in fiscal year 16 when we first started, this fiber optics build. And it's called right-of-way use fee account, and it is a capital account so that we can, roll it year to year.
I'm just used to suspense, what'd you call them, Miss Patient? In the military, suspense items or something?
In
In
reference
the military.
to?
When
In
you know,
reference to?
when we had
Everybody
when we had a
uses
deadline, what
suspense.
do you have a suspense file? Y'all don't have a suspense file, I guess. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Randolph.
I just want to hear the motion again from the Counselor Parton made.
I move to appropriate the right-of-use fee revenue reimbursements to the city's pavement management program.
Does he need to state how much? Can you,
Yeah.
That's on the bottom of the memo,
Yeah.
Vice Mayor.
2002?
Gotta turn all the way over.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. I think I went too far. Can you just read since you have it in front of you, can you read it and then
If I
I'll
could see,
just
I could say,
say
if I
add
could
it
see
in?
it. I read.
2002, 146.25.
Right, I
Is
can't
that
see it.
correct?
Okay.
Fiscal year 21 is 39,666.25, and fiscal year 22 is 202,146.25.
Okay. Molly, can you add that to the motion?
Okay, that's what I was
Yeah.
wanting.
And I agree.
So
Thank
spend
you.
5 minutes going through this trying to.
Yeah, that's all I was, that's what I was looking for, thank you.
Thank you. I agree.
Thank you.
A roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore.
I had my hand raised for a question.
I am so sorry. I did not see you. Mayor Bennett, do you,
Yes, please
okay, Councilor Gore, go ahead.
suspend the vote.
It's suspended?
Yes, it
Yes.
is suspended.
Okay, I have two questions. One to follow up on what Councilor Pelham was asking, if I heard her correctly. Is the finance department tracking this? What happens if they do not pay? Who is responsible for that?
Ultimately, the fiber optics company would be responsible for it, but
No, what I'm saying is, well, let me clarify. Did the finance was the finance department aware that we had a vendor that was not compliant with payment?
I don't think they were, but I don't want to speak for them. We knew they weren't, and we were the responsible party for the right-of-way use fee agreement. We were the ones that worked on negotiating the fee and keeping track of the as-built drawings and knowing where all the build was. So
Right.
we'll take responsibility for that.
This was for multiple years, correct?
Yeah, it was for fiscal year 17 through fiscal year 20. I'm sorry,
Okay.
calendar years. The right-of-way use fee agreement is based on calendar years.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess my concern is with all of the stuff that we have going on with audits and other fiscal things, information like this shouldn't just be kept with staff. It should be told to finance for finance to tell us. And then we should make the decision on what we're gonna do in regards to, not going after funds or whatever else, because, again, we're sitting here talking about cutting the budget, and we're talking about other things. Information like this, makes you question how many other things are sitting out here that we just don't know. And when I keep asking the question about whose responsibility is it to track it, I understand it's their responsibility to pay, but I'm talking about accountability. So is the finance department tracking this as a payment that is due to the city? So if and when they do not pay again, we have some action that's taken.
I don't know the answer to that, but I would be happy to.
I'm not there, so is Mr. Terry there?
Yeah, Mr. Terry's right behind me.
Oh, could Mr. Terry come up and answer the questions? He's the finance director.
My answer is I was not aware of this, period.
Okay, so Mr. Terry, can you answer my other question? So what is the process going to be moving forward? So they need to let you know what is going on so you can track it. And, since I'm not there, I'm watching the camera. So all I see is Austin and Mr. Anderson standing up, so I don't even know where you are.
Well, listening at what the discussion is, the proper protocol would be to sit down with him and get a handle on the process and get an idea in terms of when we should be looking at reaching out and whether it still should be his department because they know the details of whatever. It's just coming up with a process.
Okay.
What about
But
the
your
billing?
office is going to have some type of documentation as well to know to check for that. I mean, if it just can't, if this is a financial matter, should it only live in that department so we don't get into multiple years again with a situation like this, is what I'm asking.
Well, without having enough background, I don't want to sound out of character, but if the finance department is going to turn into a billing and collecting department, that's a different kind of statement. Just like we don't do billing and collecting for tax receivables. So I would just still have to sit with Austin to make sure I understand what the process is. And if that is what we determine that is need to be done, we would have to come back to council and say that's something I would like for you all to vote on, because that's not within the scope currently as we're structured today or mission of the finance department. Not saying it can't happen, but I'm saying what you're suggesting is not currently a part of the mission.
Right, okay, so I'm not literally saying you be a billing collector, but there's been historical issues with there not being collections of monies due to the city. And that's even documented in the audits. So I think that's just an ongoing conversation about how to resolve issues like this with workflows. So as you continue to think about how we need to proceed, that's definitely something that I think we need to continue to keep on our radar, especially we talk about external auditors, bringing in internal auditing staff to help with financial management. So thank you for answering my question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add, it seemed to me it would be a simple case of setting up some protocol for billing. If you know it's gonna be an annual requirement that they pay, that we set up some type of billing probably through the Treasury Department to make sure there's a line item and that billing revenue is received. So y'all work it out, but that's $250,000. Thank you.
Are there any other questions, comments, suggestions? Roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You
Thank
too.
you.
Mr. Terry.
Okay, council, we're gonna start with our three, I
Three.
believe.
Yes. RFP for risk assessment and compliance auditor.
That's, label is 4 in here.
Mr. Terry, if you can just direct me as to where you want me to go in the,
Okay, if you can just start at the CAF,
okay, the cap is up.
risk assessment, compliance audit.
Yes, sir.
Before you is a CAF that has, council has asked for the administration, city manager, to put out an RFP, the issue to obtain services for a firm to perform a risk assessment and compliance audit of key city financial and business processes. The recommendation, staff requests city council to approve the RFP and direct staff to issue the solicitation on behalf of the city. Timing, this date that's there, action is requested at May 24th, 2022. That definitely has to change because that was from a carryover from the last meeting. We thought
It's
we'd be out there.
changed in the documents we have, that
Okay.
council has.
Okay, all right, apologize, I got an older one. The background is that the purpose of the request for proposal, known as RFP, is to solicit professional services of a qualified, certified public accountants or accounting firms or auditor or auditing firms, other individuals or entities qualified to perform a risk assessment and compliance audit for the city of Hopewell. This assessment includes a review of some of the city's key financial and business processes in the Treasurer's Office, the City Enterprise Fund, Department of Information Technology, the Department of Finance, and Payroll. And the assessment will identify any areas of risk for fraud within the operation of these departments, agencies, offices, the likelihood of occurrences of fraud, and assess the effectiveness of internal controls in the processes as related to regulatory, professional standards to execute the responsibilities of the department, agency, or office. And enclosed is the RFP for risk assessment and compliance. Boilerplate, this request for proposal, invitation date. Going over page 2, it's just a basic. I think what I'd like to add just as information or resource person for the city manager on this one, this will be posted on EVA as well as on the city website. Okay, if we go over to page 5, I won't read everything, but I do think that it's important again to reiterate the purpose of this RFP is to obtain professional services from a qualified firm, is the best way of saying it, and to specifically do an assessment of key financial business processes, treasurer, enterprise fund, Department of Information Technology, finance, and payroll, and the assessment of risk for fraud within the operation of these departments or the occurrences of fraud. Coming in under the statement of need and scope, I think that's important to walk through. The services include, without limitation, supply and delivery of professional expertise and judgment material provisions, qualified professional staff, technical equipment, perform a comprehensive fraud and risk assessment, compliance audit of key financial operations. Coming down to the next sentence, the consultant will be responsible for assessing risks and fraud and compliance and internal controls for the treasurer, internal information technology, Department of Finance, Finance Department, payroll, enterprise, Hopewell Regional Wastewater Treatment Facilities Fund, sewer services, stormwater, solid waste fund, and Beacon Theater Fund. I would like to add here, because I'm not certain whether that was a request by council. I am certain, I think I did hear payroll was called out. But you need to know that payroll is a part of finance department. So I just want to make sure you understand that. As a part of this assessment, the consultant will identify and document business processes, inherent risks associated. I think that's important to highlight, and the level of likelihood of occurrence associated with the risk. The last sentence in this paragraph says that the assessment does not include testing the design and implementation and operating effectiveness of identified controls. The only other item I think on this particular section is that the consultant will provide at a minimum the following deliverables, and that's key. Documentation of each business process listed above. Documentation should include the following items: visual diagrams illustrating key steps in the process. Diagrams should identify areas of risk, key controls, personnel, title, positions involved in the process, written documentation. A complete risk matrix or all identified fraud risks. A report outlining the findings, the results, the opportunities for improvement, recommendations, gaps in internal controls, time frames, short-term, long-term, high and priorities, low, medium, high. All draft copies and deliverables shall be provided in digital versions. The consultant will identify any required information to complete the requested deliverables and will assume the city will commit staff time to provide this information. The consultant is required to provide deliverables that fulfill the scope of work. However, it should be noted that the scope of work represents the city's preliminary vision for assignment. Proponents are afforded the flexibility in their submission to outline deliverables that may not be contemplated here, but have been successful for other clients undertaking comparable projects. Any deviation in the proposal from the aforementioned scope of work resulting in deliverables must include a clearly and explicitly stated rationale for the deviation. And the paragraph here is citing that the services performed by this consultant and the deliverables must be in accordance with standards set by the professional or regulatory bodies for the international standards for professional practice of internal auditing. And then the service performed by the consultant should be completed. And Madam Clerk, if the date, I'm using an older version.
Keep
It's
going.
on the prior page.
Prior
The date was
page.
on the prior page.
The October
October.
28, 2022.
Okay. Well, the only thing I would like to add on this piece is that the original, it was set to be posted or to be issued, if you all vote on to do that, and to be out for 30 days with a response back by June 30th. And the date that I have here is October 28th. So whatever the date that we actually issue it, I think we need to make sure that we give the same adequate back-end time for the deliverable, maybe November. That's the only other thing I'd like to add. And that's all I can add to this particular item.
Councilor Pelham?
We have to make a motion.
I have one question.
Okay.
Did you say, I got a little mixed up. Did you say this is already put on the street? This is solicited or it's been posted?
No, that's what we're asking, or that's what we were requested to bring you an RFP, and then you would direct us to put it out.
Okay, and when would you put the proposal out on the street?
Within the next 7 days, we get it out.
Within the next 7 days, and how long will it be solicited for?
30 days, that's what we had anticipated.
So it's a 30-day,
Yeah.
so within the next 7 days. Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Parton?
I think Councilor Pelham
Yeah,
was
I'll
first.
Oh,
you
Counselor
make the
Pelham?
I'd like to make the motion that city council approve the contract, for RFP for the solicitation of this audit for those, areas mentioned, to include treasurer. Do I have to list all of them in the motion?
Do you just want to say as presented?
As presented, yeah, that's good, thank you.
Second.
And I have a question.
Counselor Pelham?
I can't remember how long. I think we've been waiting for this for about 5 years, so I really appreciate y'all effort in getting it to us. I don't know how long it's been, but it's been too long.
Yes, ma'am.
And so hopefully, but how would this interfere with the audit, that thing we used to call a CAFR?
Permission to
Would that
speak freely? Permission to speak freely?
Always.
Thank you. He brought me a little document. I did a crosswalk with the next RFP that we're gonna go through. And what you will know is that, it's gonna be duplication in 2 areas. Financial, meaning what we're gonna pay for, and secondly, in terms of staff time. So when I get to the next RFP, I will give you page and numbers specifically that ties back to what you're getting ready to approve now, that should you approve the contract for the 4-year auditor, he included all of that because when we put the RFP out there, we made specifications. We want to know what departments are committing potential fraud analysis, whatever. That's in the master 4-year contract.
But it seems like the report you're gonna talk about next never addresses those items, more particularly than what this request is.
I yield to your seniorness. You've been on council a while. I know what we put in RFP, and I know what we interviewed with the auditor, and I know what they wrote back. And so sections that I will cover that in this report is saying, we've asked them to specifically be about the business of reporting back.
Okay.
So that's me responding back to you in terms of just being open about it.
More information, the merrier, I'll be.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it.
Counselor Randolph?
Mr. Terry, my concern on this is that we have been asking for specific or more information. And my question was going to be, how much more information is this audit, until you ended up saying that you felt it was gonna be a duplication? Do you feel that there is going to be a total duplication, or will there be some semblance of information that we will get specifically out of what we're asking for these 4 departments versus what's gonna come in the audit that, for the annual audits that we're looking at? And also, is there any thought process as to how much these audits are gonna cost us? And we won't know that until we get somebody in to say how much. And then we can look at that based on the 2 contracts at that point in time and decide if we want to move forward. That's kind of where I'm going. I mean, I I'm for it, but yet I'm not, based on what you just said. So I want to make sure that if we put an RFP out, there's nothing that says we have to take that. But
That's
we can
correct.
also look at the contract for the next item that we're going to talk about on the agenda, and we can compare that.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I don't want to spend money that we don't have to, but I want to make sure that what we've been asking for, or others on council have been asking for, we're going to get that covered.
Yeah. I think what Mrs. Pelham and you are getting at is whoever responds to what I just read, they need to take it from the angle of an internal audit professional standards. Okay? That's a totally different ballgame. Normally, your external auditor turns to your internal audit and gets, a little bit more, hey, what happened this year kind of deal. So we would have to make it very clear to whoever the potential candidate is for it, is that we don't want a duplicate kind of report. We don't want global, or we don't want you to miss something. You need to, we put this out as an RFP based on the internal control standards.
Okay.
So I hear you, and I want you to know that I just wanted to speak freely because there are going to be some items from the annual audit that I'll go through and you'll hear it. And just because I know that this auditor is a straight shooter, they're going to go directly to the jugular. If they see something that's fraudulent, they're going to go to it. And also we put in there, tell us, raise it. Or if you know something you want to look at, that's what we put in there. We expect from them to do that. Okay,
Oh,
but
we
that's
can.
not the deep dive kind of thing. They're external, so they won't be giving you the kind of thing that an internal audit will do. So does that help, Mrs. Council Randolph?
Yes, sir.
Madam Pelham?
No, yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know we can give you suggestions of what to look for. You said that? Did you say that?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
actually, when I go through what
I will.
Robinson Farmer and Cox, there'll be a page that says if whatever when they come in, or however, if there's something we
I've
look
never
at,
seen
they'll go
18
through it.
years. But that's great. I'll
Yeah.
get your list.
Yeah, so it's a little different. I'm on the front end of this RFP this time, so again, I yield to your seniorness.
No, I
When
don't
we
know.
interviewed these
I
guys.
yield to your brain.
When
Smarter
we
than I
interviewed
am.
these guys, we said we
I
got people that
respect
want answers.
your financial literacy. Believe me, I do.
Okay.
Counselor Randolph?
Based on that, maybe council would want to look at everything that comes back in the RFP, and then anything with Robinson Farmer and Cox, and have a sit down with you to try and decide what is the best movement forward for council and getting what the expectation is. So I suggest that sometime, we're looking at 30 days on this RFP, and hopefully, I assume, approving the Robinson Farmer Cox. So
Right.
we've already got, you said stuff in July, and we've just done one for the August. So I maybe another one in August.
Yeah, I mean, we can add another one in August.
Yeah, because we need to get through this as soon as possible, and if council is okay with that, set up another session with you just for ensuring that everybody on council is getting what they're expecting, whether it's through one or the other or both.
Right.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I just want to
So for me to make sure that I got it, we will get this out in 7 days, post it properly, and then we will communicate either in writing or as a report, however. I will make sure that the city manager keeps you all updated in terms of response. When we get the RFP response back, I'm dovetailing to what you said. That would be the point that I would like to say, if you would want to have a work session or whatever, you can then look at that, what was said back to us, and we should at that moment be in motion doing an audit so you can get a comparison, because again, this approach is more of an internal audit kind of approach. So that's what I want to make sure that if you all are good with that, that's what I will make sure happen.
Should we set aside time just in case?
I'm sorry, I've had my hand raised the entire time. Is the clerk looking at the screen?
Yes, but for some reason, Counselor Gore, that part, Rashad, if you can.
Okay, I'll go ahead and,
It's not coming up that your hand is raised.
So Counselor Gore, I'll let Counselor Randolph finish, and then you are next up.
Thank you. I'm just asking if we want to do a place saver in August, just for that if we decide we want to do it. That'll leave us the ability to either not do it if we don't feel like we need to, and what we've got on the two different are fine, or if we want a place saver in August, we're ready to meet with him unless somebody has something else as a suggestion. Okay.
That's fine with me.
I can tell you now, I probably won't both. Unless you can convince me otherwise. If you can convince me otherwise, I'll do one over the other, but unless they can compare it, I guess, through Excel sheet,
Yeah.
what this one does, what both do, or whatever, that's what I would need to see.
Hearing what you all said, that's what I was proposing. Let's just put that on the street.
Yes.
And then
Okay.
instead of us, making a
Right.
decision, we bring back the response. Then we can do an Excel crosswalk so you
Right.
can see.
Yes,
And then
sir.
we can talk about it at that
Right.
point. I think that
All I'm
gives you what
doing
you
is
need.
saying, set a time. If we decide we don't need to do that, fine with me. But I would like to get the opportunity to save money if we can. I'm not
Right.
trying to convince you either way. The data will convince you one way or the other.
Yes, of course. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Counselor Gore, let me just tell you that IT has resolved the problem, and I can now see you if you raise your hand.
Okay. I'll make sure to recognize you.
Counselor Gore?
Thank you. To answer Councilor Bum's question, it's been over 2 years for this item. In particular, when I put it on the agenda, it was last year. So it's been a year just to get the RFP on the agenda. And if council recalls, literally asking for 4 meetings back to back, when will it be on here for a vote? I'm not in favor personally of delaying it much further. The fact of the matter is, in my opinion, the data is already there as to why we need to take this step. I'll read to you what I put into the council action form when I submitted this, and this is from the audit book itself, from when the auditors presented to us. It said, because of the matter described in the basis for disclaimer of opinions paragraph, however, we are not able to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence to provide a basis for funds, solid waste fund, stormwater fund, Beacon Theater fund, and sewer service fund. Basis of the disclaimer of audit opinions on business type activities and enterprise funds consisting of, again, the sewer service fund, solid waste fund, stormwater fund, Beacon Theater fund, the city and third-party management, Beacon Theater fund. The city was unable to produce appropriate audit evidence for multiple elements. Therefore, they are unable to provide an audit opinion. I'm not sure what more we need to be told in regards to these particular funds, which was why they were listed by me. Since 2016, the audit reports have consistently said they have been unable to render an opinion due to not having the appropriate audit evidence and financial records. The purpose of this was to say, while we do our annual audit with all the other parts of the city's finances, someone else would come in and finally dig into these enterprise accounts, which are enterprise for a reason because they deal with fees, payments from citizens and other groups, then that someone else would come in and figure out what is going on. So I understand the ideas in regards to looking at this upcoming RFP and things like that, but again, the purpose was to address what needs to clearly be addressed, separate from the audit, because it has not been addressed in the last what year, 7 years?
16,
So,
17, 18, 19, 21.
I would ask Counselor Pelham, because I seconded to do a friendly amendment to include that we will be, not we as in me and her, but members of council be included into the selection committee for this RFP, should it be passed tonight. I understand that people are concerned about funds and what we're spending. Kim has talked about money that we're clearly missing before, but not trying to be hurtful to staff, but that's just one of the department that we just talked about not collecting money is the department that I'm talking about. So that's number one, case in point tonight. The second point is we keep bleeding money, hemorrhaging funds. We should invest in trying to figure out what we need to do to stop the bleeding. And I don't know what else we need to be told besides the fact that these accounts can't be audited to do something about it. So Councilor Pelham, would you be willing to make a friendly amendment, well, accept my friendly amendment to include that members of council serve on the selection committee for this RFP?
I have a question. Oh, well, you can go ahead after you guys do your.
I accept that amendment.
Okay.
Friendly amendment. Go ahead,
Okay,
babe.
you guys accept it. Okay. I do have a question. This is my question. So there are processes in place when we put an RFP out, right? There are processes in place and there's selection criteria that has to be met. To my understanding, this is being posted on EVA and where else?
City website.
The city website. So what is the selection criteria?
We would come up with that standard, and then,
Do you have that standard?
yeah,
Is it cost? Is it performance? Is it
we look at what's in the RFP primarily drives that.
in accordance with what policy?
In accordance with what's in the RFP, we go through, we look at years, references,
And that's in section,
that's in.
the selection criteria?
Yeah. Mhm.
And that would be in section, changes of contract. Can you point that out to me, please?
I'll pull up the page where I saw the selection committee in the packet, that helps you, but I guess Mr. Terry's going to answer the rest of your questions.
Okay, so I do see this. I see negotiation with the lowest bidder. Are we going for lowest price
No,
acceptable?
no, because.
Are we going with,
An RFP specifies really the technical side of it. This is not an IFB.
modification bid? So here's my thing, right? We post this, and you're gonna get it from, if we get RFPs, if we get any proposals through the city website, that is pulled into, which is it just a city website, and they click on it, and it goes into a database, or like a, what is that? Because the EVA is something different. EVA is a database that gives you all of the criteria, and they can also, if they don't meet those requirements, they are not going
don't
to
make it.
pass go,
Right.
right, through that system.
Right.
And so now we're saying we have 2 points of entry.
Right.
One entry would be through the government website,
Right.
and the other entry will be through EVA.
Right.
So we're using 2 separate, we're posting 2 separately,
Yeah.
right? And we're doing that under, and this is the reason why I asked earlier about the procurement officer,
Right.
okay? Because I feel like that's 2 different things. A procurement officer, a contracting person, knows it's a skill level position.
Exactly.
They have to be certified. They have to make sure that they know the laws requiring, right,
Yeah.
what they can and can't do.
Right.
Because then we get into a sticky situation with our contracts.
Exactly.
Yeah. So my question now is, you want to have a committee, but if you post on EVA, Eva will already have all of the criteria out for you. I don't understand why we have a second point of entry for the whole, well, is that a policy that we have
Yeah,
to have it?
That's a practice that we've been doing.
Is it a practice or is it a policy?
Well, from my standpoint, it was a policy from before I got here, and it's a continued practice. We need to overhaul that.
So what is the policy on that?
I have to get back to you.
Unsolicited,
I have to
unsoliciting?
get back to you on that.
Okay,
Okay.
that's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
Because even practice doesn't mean it's policy. Practice can be wrong.
Right.
You know, we practice here sometimes and we figure out we're doing the wrong thing. Yeah?
Yeah.
So I would like to take that into consideration. As far as having a committee that select, I would really like to know what that policy is on how we solicit this. Because it would have to be fair and reasonable and they have to meet the criteria.
Right.
If we're soliciting on Eva and then we're also have a second point of entry, I mean, you're using two vehicles, what are we doing? We're just not gonna look at Eva because we're gonna see I mean, how are we determining which
No.
which route we're gonna take? I don't know if that makes sense to you,
It makes
but it
sense,
doesn't,
But here's the difference in what
it's
we
not
try to
clear.
do. We try to make sure that there may be those individuals that don't have access or registered to do EVA or whatever. So we basically put it on our website. If you recall, part of it won't happen right away when this goes out, but that's one of the things we want to improve on is getting the bid so that everything can be transparent on our website. What I'm hearing about the selection committee is a little bit different than what I was speaking about. Once we put it out there, what I was proposing was to bring that document or bring those documents back. I wasn't talking about a committee or anything. We would bring that back to you, and I'm talking on behalf of the city manager because he may not agree with us, but what I was speaking about is based on what I was hearing in this room and based on the concerns, is that we would bring back the responses so that you would see that before we start talking any scoring, any potential or whatever.
Right.
Okay, that's what I was speaking about, which this is totally different than the normal process where we put out an RFP, we go through the selection, and then we come back to you all. This is a document that is definitely a council kind of initiative, as Mrs. Gore was saying, or Councilor Gore was saying. So that's what I was speaking about as far as selection goes. Not that we would go through the normal process, score, and come back to you all with recommendations. We should bring back everything to you. And we go through and we compare where we are. That's what I was speaking about.
If you can just, if I can just get the policy on how we
Okay.
solicit these RFPs. And if it's possible, if you do not post it within 7 days, could you please make council aware? Counselor
Counselor
if you don't, you're saying that we're supposed to post this within the next 7 days?
No, that was a date that I used. In other words, the urgency of what I'm hearing, I was saying in 7 days I would have.
Within 7 days?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you're not able to, if something
then we'll
happens, please
communicate.
let us know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my only ask.
Okay.
Okay?
Counselor Gore has her hand raised.
Yes, Counselor Gore?
Thank you. I'll correct my, just as an FYI, on page 9, Madam Clerk, if you can scroll, that is where it mentions the selection committee. It says the city shall appoint a selection committee. That's why I specifically asked for that. So I can change my friendly, right there, you have to go back to the top a little bit, it's right there. A little bit more. I'll change my friendly amendment to say, right there, Molly, that's good, that the finance director bring submissions back to council for consideration. Councilor Pump, as opposed to what I said about members being part of selection committee. Are you fine with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other question, comments, or concerns? Roll call.
Mayor Bennett?
Sorry, can we just hear it again, the motion, what it finally ended up being?
Please restate the motion.
Thank you.
The motion is to approve the RFP for solicitation of risk audit to include counsel to serve on the selection committee for the RFP and bring back to council for review. And Counselor Gore, I hope I got the end of that right. If I did not, please.
Actually, take away for council to serve on the selection committee is the approval part, and for the finance director to bring submissions back to council for consideration.
Okay.
Can you restate it to make sure we're on the same page?
Yes, hold on one second. Motion is to approve the RFP for solicitation of risk audit as presented and to include the finance department to bring back to council for consideration.
It's a submission, but that's close enough. As refer to council comments for a motion.
Got it, okay. I'll correct it in the motion.
So, I'm sorry.
Don't make me repeat it again.
So what are you asking?
I just wanted to make sure whether we were in the selection or the selection was being brought to us for a decision.
Can you please restate the motion?
Sorry.
Restate the motion.
The motion is for council to approve the RFP for solicitation of risk audit as presented and to include council to approve, and for the finance department to bring back to council for consideration.
Okay.
I feel like I jumbled it up, but
So we're not part of it, but until
bringing
he
it
brings it
back to
us.
council for consideration.
Okay.
Is
Okay.
that what the motion that you intended, Councilor Gore?
Yes, it's for city council to approve
Okay,
your risk assessment and for the finance department to bring submissions back to council for consideration.
okay.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
we're clear.
That's clear,
Okay.
yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Powell.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Terry, again,
Yeah.
you want some water? Okay,
No,
want some
ma'am, I'm
water?
good. I'm good. I may, in a moment, but I'm good at this time.
Okay.
Okay, so we're now on the CAF, that's the Financial Audit Service Contract. Financial Audit Service Contract. The contract with Robinson, Farmer and Cox to provide, that's the issue, financial audit services for FY19, FY20, FY21, and 22. The recommendation, staff requests City Council to approve the contract with Robinson, Farmer and Cox and authorize the city manager to sign the contract on behalf of the city. Timing, again, action is required, and Madam Clerk, the date that's in the current CAF, City Council meeting.
Oh, that's the wrong one, I'm sorry. There
Okay.
wasn't a new one sent out, I need to pull
Okay,
that one up.
all right. The background, the Code of Virginia requires the city to have an account and records audited annually by an independent CPA, auditor or firm in accordance with the specification furnished by the Auditor of Public Accounts of the Commonwealth of Virginia, specification for audits in counties, cities, and towns as of June 30th each year. The audit should also be in accordance with standards for financial audits contained in the governmental auditing standards issued by the Comptroller of the Comptroller General of the United States. The Single Audit Act Amendment of 1996 and the provision of OMB Circular A 133, audits of state and local governments and nonprofit organizations. June 30th, 2015 fiscal year ended for the city. However, the annual or regular annual audit was not completed until August 31st, 2017. Respectfully, the single audit was completed July 30th, 2019. Combined total of 49 months or 4 years of audit completion of fiscal year 2015. Since the completion of the fiscal year 2015, the city has endeavored to fulfill its responsibility and obligation to complete the aforementioned Code of Virginia regarding annual audits for the period of January 2018 to October 2021, approximately 46 months or 3.8 years. The city has had accounts and records audited for fiscal year 2016, 2017, 2018. PB Mayors performed the audits, regular annual audit for fiscal year 16 and 17, and Robinson Farmer Cox performed the regular annual audit for 2018 and the single audit for fiscal year 2016, 2017, and 2018. City staff originally requested City Council to allow Robinson Farmer Cox to provide audit services for both the regular annual audit and single audit for fiscal year 2018 and 19, with the option to extend the audit services for 2020 and 2021. Council approved Robinson Farmer Cox audit services regular annual audit and single audit for fiscal year 2018 only. Staff was advised to solicit a request for proposal for a qualified CPA firm to perform financial and compliance audit services for fiscal year 2019, 2020, 2021, and 22. The previous fiscal years 2019, 2020, and 2021 to be completed within 18 months from the date of contract. City staff issued a request for proposal for financial audit services dated November 4th, 2021, with a response due date of December 2nd of 2021. Staff determined that Robinson, Farmer, and Cox audit proposal met the city request for financial audit services, and at the end of January 25, 2022, City Council authorized the city administration to negotiate a contract with Robinson, Farmer, and Cox to complete the FY 19, 20, 21, and FY 22 audits. Documents enclosed is the contract with Robinson, Farmer, and Cox for financial audit services, and the attachments are the submission to the RFP, Robinson, Farmer, and Cox engagement letter, and Robinson, Farmer, and Cox financial schedule. Okay. So if we go over to the contract, the attorney can chime in. I'm not going to try to go through all the details. Primarily, it reads, this contract entered into on this day, and we'll go through that. And between Robinson, Farmer, and Cox, the contract in the city of Hopewell, the city, and it goes on to whereas to pursuant procurement procedures, the solicited proposal for a financial auditor for the city, the requested, whereas the contractor has submitted a proposal to perform the services requested in the request, the proposal, and whereas the city has selected the contractor to perform the services requested in the request. Now therefore, in consideration of mutual benefit, promises, and undertaking, the sufficiency and the receipt of which are acknowledged, the following terms
I'm
and
sorry,
conditions.
give me one
Are-
second. Where are we at?
I'm trying.
Are you reading the RFP, Mr. Terry?
No, I'm reading
He's reading.
the language within the contract.
Oh, you don't have to read the contract.
Okay.
We all have our information.
Okay.
Everyone has their packets, yes?
Okay.
Mhm.
So-
Okay,
so then
everybody
can I-
looked at their information?
Okay, so then can I
Okay,
go
yes.
to, can I go to the crosswalk?
It's up now.
You can crosswalk
I
it.
can go to crosswalk.
Yes,
Amen.
please.
Okay.
Tell me where you are, Mr. Terry.
All right, where I would like to be is on page 5 of, okay,
They're not all numbered, so I'm at 3 of 3.
yeah.
4.
You're gonna keep,
Right here?
yeah, you're gonna keep going until you get to
Oh,
the,
this page 5, so they're separately numbered.
yeah.
Okay.
So we're in the request for proposal. That's the document, so keep going. See page 5 there?
This was page 5 here. This is my page 5. This is
Purpose.
the purpose.
Yes,
Okay.
page 5, okay. Again, here on page 5, the key item I want to highlight here that's important again, which is a reiteration here, is the fiscal years that we're having, 2019, 20, 21, and 22, and they're complete within 18 months of signing the contract. And the solicitation is issued by the city finance department on behalf of the city of Hopewell and the Hopewell City School Board and the Hopewell Department of Social Services. So that's all I want to cover on that page. If we go to page 6, the next page. Now we start getting into the specifics that the Code of Virginia requires, the APA requirements. And the only thing I want to highlight there is that those are the items in which are normal, a part of what when you put out a financial service audit. Number 2 is speaking about the APA transmittal form, agreed upon procedures. And number 3, what I want to highlight there is, again, preparing schedules. This is a single audit related to preparing schedules and performing test work. Number 4 is internal controls. This is where the audit firm would go through and according with the standards, they would do a review and report on internal controls. If you go to page 7, page 7 deals with the compliance audit. So they go through and they do a compliance audit. And then they do a compliance letter. If you come down to the supplemental schedules and statistics, probably the back half there is that this includes the statement of treasurer's accountability, the analysis of funding progress for pension plan, et cetera. Only thing I'm pointing out here is that these are the things that we put out there that we want to make sure that the firm would know that we are expecting. Number 11 is the one I want to highlight also, is that an internal control and management representation letter. And if you go over to page 8, it says the auditor shall issue a report on internal controls, and the owner would be us, with recommendations. Number 12, annual meeting, new financial reporting standards. We meet with them, they bring us up to speed, but we have to make sure we're getting prepared to put in place. Attend city council meetings, any additional meetings that is deemed necessary. Technical assistance, if we need any technical assistance from them, we can make a request of that. The required reports is listed what is required and mandated in terms of format. The next page I think is important that I really wanted to focus on is page 9. Okay, on page 9, again, starting at the top is just the internal control management letter. But when you come down to where, starting from the bottom of page 8, it says, issue 2 letters regarding internal control and operations, 1 to address the city. Coming over to city council, coming over to page 10, it says 1 addressed to the finance director. The management letter to the financial director is, and then it comes down to the letters shall encompass the primary government. But then we get to the items that I really wanted to point out, that the auditor shall make an immediate and written report of all irregularities or illegal acts that they come across when they're in the field, and any indication of illegal acts which they become aware of. That would be sent to city council, city school board, city manager, superintendent, director of finance, treasurer, social services. So I'm only highlighting this because I'm telling you that we were sensitive and we wanted to make sure that we've heard the message, and that any firm that was bidding needed to know that this was an expectation from us. Then number 18, which is very important, submission to the APA. And the only other page that I think is important to bring out besides the irregularity and illegal acts is page 12. Page 12, number 25 says, the auditor shall provide additional auditing or consulting services or may be required in accordance with agreed schedules for fees. And services shall be provided as a needed basis, and may include but not be limited to spot audits on owners, departments, or divisions, audits, or vendors or agency affiliated with, and the owner is the city. So we put that in there. If you all had an idea, or I have an idea, or we get an idea, we can ask them to do a spot audit. Okay. Ms. Pelham?
Yes, sir, I
Okay.
got you.
So we
Thank you.
put that in there to try to cover some more ground. And basically, that's it. If we go over to the audit firm itself, their response, I certainly won't go through everything. The key factor here with them was, of course, on page 2.
Mr. Terry, in the interest of time, can we make a couple more highlights and then
Okay.
move forward?
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, I feel like Urkel now, I got it. You're not by yourself, I got it. Okay. Anyway, what I think is important is the audit firm committed to what we put in the RFP. There was not an exception that they say they could not provide. So they met everything that we wanted to meet. They outlined within their response what they would be doing, who they would be talking to, and they also outlined in their response what the expectation of management, what we supposed to be doing. That's how I've been able to try to get people to get going on things, even though we haven't signed a contract or anything, just to get them moving on, because they also specified that. The last thing I think is important is moving over into the last, I believe it would be on the final page of their response, which is that pricing for the 2019.
Page 19.
No, I'm trying to find it. I had it earlier and I lost it. Going over to their engagement letter would be good. The engagement letter, and it would be on page 7 for the interest of time. I think if we go there, they have proposed to perform services at the 181, and basically that's their engagement letter. And then following that, because we've asked for the additional years, they've included a letter saying what the fee would be for 20 and 21 and a 22 audit. So that's it, and I think that's very reasonable based on what we're trying to do, which is also schools is included in that. And that's it.
Okay, Counselor Pelham, then Vice Mayor Parton, and then Counselor Denton.
How many years they've been with us? 2 years, correct, or one?
One, actually, 2018.
This 2018.
2018 annual audit. They did 3 years of the single audit though.
Okay,
Right.
so 18.
Yeah,
So this is for 19, 20, 21, and 22.
yeah. And when they did 18, they did 18. That's why I respect them. They did 18 with no soft gloves, because they didn't know, they wanted to make sure that anybody else coming behind them would know what needs to happen. So so one annual fiscal year and then 3 federal programs, 3 federal year single audits.
Okay. Vice Mayor Parton, then Counselor Gore.
I move that we approve the contract with Robinson, Farmer, and Cox and authorize the city manager or acting city manager to sign the contract on behalf of the city.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Counselor Gore.
Yes, Mr. Terry, I'm trying to look at the letter, I'm trying to find it earlier in the packet as well. If you said this and I did not hear you, please forgive me. We've had issues with trying to get the auditors to come and talk to council periodically, and some of the responses that we got was it wasn't part of the terms. Where is it in here that, if we request for them to come and talk to us outside of when they're making their final presentation, that they'll do so?
I believe it would be on,
On the page that she's on,
yeah.
on the screen,
Oh, it's on there.
attend city council meeting.
Yeah, it's just to present the results, yeah. So that's what my concern is. Could you scroll down to additional meetings? I didn't see that section.
You wanna add other times to meet, right?
Yeah, because when we tried to talk to the auditors before, it was taking forever. And when council finally got a definitive answer from administration, we were told, well, they're gonna present when they're finished. And we had questions while they were, what was taking so long, what were some of the issues they were seeing, and we could never really get that scheduled.
They're not gonna do that.
So,
Yes.
I think that needs to be addressed with this agreement, so that way in the event that it is prolonged again, and we want to talk to the auditors ourselves to figure out what's going on, that we are not told that we have to wait for them to finish the audit.
Okay, anyone else?
I was like, Mr. Terry, have you seen it done both ways, where people talk to at an interim basis?
Oh, absolutely.
Chesterfield.
What has to happen is whoever's the lead, whether it's controller, finance director, whatever, hearing the desires of governance, that's what
Yes.
I refer to you all, is that when the auditor comes in, you let the audit firm know that, yeah, we got an annual, but we also want you to do something else. And it's just as simple as that.
But you don't put it in this contract? That's the
I will,
question. Or should we?
the answer I will say,
You could move to
yes, but I
amend
need
the
to work
contract.
with
You
it.
could move to approve the contract with that amendment.
Yeah.
Subject to the other party's agreement to it. They have to agree.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's it.
Thank you.
That's it.
Okay, Councilor Randolph?
I would just like to say that I think we should set the expectations of what the auditors will address, or you're indicating that they'll come back and we can say, hey, can you review this? But there are limitations to what they're gonna have us, they're gonna wanna come in and have us tell them what to do. And so I think that is, something that maybe council needs to talk about, or have you talk to us about what you've seen. Because in the past, I just know that some of the things that we've said we wanted to tell them may not be something that is altogether appropriate to tell auditors, so.
Yeah.
I just want to address that so that the council has the expectation about what they will work with us on and, what's appropriate.
If I can, I'll translate that.
Yes, sir.
For the people that are not seasoned like y'all. What she's saying is that we do not want to impair the auditor's independence
Right.
by telling him or her what to do
Right.
and what to look at. The way you work this is that he has the right to design his audit program. But if I have a list of concerns that I've heard from whoever, a department, or from you all, then I will give that to him and say, as you go through your normal audit process, we'd like for you to take a look at this. For example, if there was a spot with a vendor or an agency or whatever, we give that to them. That's what she's saying.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Councilor Gore has her hand raised.
Councilor Gore?
Just also to add to that point, before PD mayors in particular called stakeholders and members of council to do that assessment and to ask us what our concerns or thoughts was before they started the audit process. So we were included on the front end of that review that Mr. Terry's talking about, and then of course we didn't hear back from them until we needed to. But I don't know how Robert's Department of Parks is going to do it, but typically, there is an option for us to have that say at the beginning, that staff normally gets to be a part of. But just to close up, I just wanted to see if there was a consensus to ask for that to be included into the contract, see if it would be amenable to have a mention of coming to present to council if we need it, outside of the final presentation. Because there's conversations earlier about individual class or consensus of council, so I want to be very clear and ask for a consensus of council.
Okay with me?
Mayor? Just so that Mr. Terry and staff can be as specific as possible in speaking with the offeror.
Can you speak in the mic, ma'am? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Just so that staff has the benefit of greater specificity in talking with the vendor, with the offeror. Is there any consideration as to how often, or whether or not it would simply be at council's request? Again, just so you can have some specificity in making the proposal and drafting.
I'm fine. I'll defer to council if they're open to this, but I'm fine with negotiation. I would say a minimum of 2 times perhaps, just in case something comes up and we need to have a follow-up. But I'll defer to what council says, as long as there is an opportunity.
I would just say as needed, and then you don't have to.
As requested?
As requested, yeah.
I would definitely say that, we've had some issues with auditors, I mean, especially during, in the past, as far as, getting it on time, wondering where we are. I think that would be reasonable to ask, meeting as requested. Because we've had those issues where they've been delayed. And we didn't know where they were, so I really would say as requested. Councilor Randolph?
In lieu of that, can we not put in the contract then that if there are delays, that they have to notify us? I mean, I think we all agree that that was something that we were not happy about when they were delayed. And that if there are major delays, we would want them to tell us directly so that we would know about that.
Yes.
So, I mean, the good point that the mayor brought up is that we've had delays and we didn't know about them. So, I mean, why not just write in the contract or amend the contract to say if there are any substantial delays, and we need to say if that's gonna be, what that substantial means to us. But if there are, that they need to notify us within 24 hours or something,
What is the time frame from start to finish with an audit, Mr. Terry?
If you are on time and you're doing good, June 30th you close. I would say 6 months.
6
From
months?
From July through December.
Okay, so if we do a 6 months, say anything, because what a delay is for us might not be a delay for them, right?
Yeah.
So if it's a 6-month process, anything over 6 months, they would have to come back and tell us exactly where they are, if they're reaching that
Before they
line.
know, yeah.
If that's clear.
Well, two governing things you have on here. The language says, and Madam Attorney, if you would help me on this, because I'm on shaky ground, it's legal. You're saying from the time of signing this contract is 18 months. So you just do the math. So they can't go but so far.
18 months to do all of the audits in the years that we have, okay?
Okay, so that's the driver or the governor of this process.
Right.
But what you're saying, I just want to make sure that's what we're asking when they enter into this, and so they would need to be able to come back and say, we're delayed because of X, Y, Z.
Right. And the timing.
And the timing. I agree.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, because what we're looking for is what's delaying them, how long it's delayed them, and what's going to happen.
Right, because they can be stuck on 2019 for 3 years.
Yeah, no thanks.
I mean, we've been there.
Yeah.
Look.
Well,
yes, ma'am.
So I'm just gonna say, we need to put a time limit on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the time frame? But, I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, I'm just being realistic. You know, things on paper is not the same as boots on the ground, and things that we sign today may not be fair later on, and I don't want to set up the next council to be in that position.
Sure.
Okay? So,
30 days?
it's 30 days for what?
I mean,
30
if they
days
run
for
into
me?
anything that is going to delay them by 30 days or
Yeah.
more. Is that reasonable?
I don't,
18 months is when you just start to finish, is what we're
yeah,
signing
and
this
you got
contract for
3
18
audits in there,
months.
so what?
Within that 6-month period, if they know that they're gonna be delayed
Yeah,
on
that's-
2020
6
or
months?
Yeah.
2021, they
Okay.
need to let us know.
Right.
Okay.
And
Or if they haven't moved on 2019
then
in
they
18
let-
months,
Let you know.
we need to know.
Right.
I mean, because, I mean, they could be we're working on it, we've got it. I mean, we've heard these things before,
Sure.
I've got it, we're already done. We got 2019, we're working on 2020, and then 2 years later, we're still waiting.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So,
So the 6
All right.
months, I think, is doable.
Okay.
Counselor Denton?
It does have in the contract for professional services. It does have time is of the essence.
Yes, ma'am.
So that gives us some leverage right there.
But that was in there before. I don't mean to argue your point, but that was in there before. So who's doing the checks and balances here? Who's gonna be monitoring this contract? Mr. Terry,
Me, I'm
you
sorry.
will be monitoring the
Yeah,
contract?
because here's a driver.
Is it fair for a contractor to monitor another contractor?
His role in the city
Okay.
gives
I'm a
him
finance
I just wanna, I know you're the finance
director.
director, but I just wanna make sure we're doing this legally. Because there's some, certain things we can't have you do.
Yeah,
Like, one of the things would be entering into a contract.
right.
Right? That doesn't come through you, that comes through us, that's in your contract. So I just wanna make sure that we're aware.
Right.
So if you're gonna be following the contract,
Right.
you know, okay,
So that will be a part, which I've been doing, but that will be a more detailed part. We'll be changing up how we report, because I think what I'm hearing is we need to be able to give you a specific report on what's happening with the audit every month. Okay, so that's what I'm hearing, and that's what you'll get. So if we have moved, you'll know.
Counselor Gore has her hand raised.
Counselor Gore, I'm back.
Yes, I just want to make sure I heard, the things that we're asking to be included in this contract, if they accept it. It was with them coming to council as requested, but what was this whole determination on the time frame that the auditors are supposed to notify council directly if they're running into issues? What was that time frame?
6 months. I think that's what.
6 months.
Yeah.
If
Patient,
the problem persists for 6 months, how is it worded?
the mayor has stepped away, so she was the one that was last talking about it, so I don't know. I can't speak for
But
her.
is Ms. Hudson tracking it under the contract?
I heard my name. Yes, Counselor Gore?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get clarity on this time frame in which the auditors are gonna be asked to report to council directly if they have issues, and I was told 6 months. And so my question is it 6 months after the delay of 6 months? Or they think an issue is gonna take 6 months? Like, what is the 6 months?
Mr. Terry, do you want me to go ahead and answer that, or you're okay? So the contract we're entering into, if I'm correct, is 18 months, okay? What, the timeframe that Mr. Terry was explaining to us to do an audit for a year would be, like, for instance, 2019. That would be 6 months, okay? The delay would be if they couldn't get one of those audits in 6 months, they would have to report to council.
Completed.
So yes, so let's say 2019, they start 2019, the first 6 months, right? As they're coming close to within 30 days of that 6-month time period and they know they're not gonna finish, they will have to report that to us. Well, they'll report that to Mr. Terry, and Mr. Terry would have to come and report it to us. And that would be the same going forward.
Okay, so I want to make sure we're clear on what the 6 months is. Okay, thank you.
Did I answer that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Are there any other questions? Yeah? All right, roll call?
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor
Do you
Randolph,
articulate that motion, given the amendment?
Yeah, we didn't do the
Please
motion.
restate the motion because there was an amendment. Restate the motion.
I'm sorry. I cannot restate that motion. You're gonna have to start over. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The
This
motion
this
to
is what I
approve with
have.
The following amendments.
Yeah, so the
And
motion
one
was to.
is, that the contractor be required or commit to reporting the status of the audit to council at council's request. And the second was to impose a requirement of notification to council if at any point the contractor determines that it cannot complete a given audit year in 6 months of the 18-month contract period.
I happily accept those amendments.
All right. Are we good? Don't make me repeat that.
Yes.
Are we ready for roll call?
Mhm.
Okay. Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton. Yes. Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Mr. Terry, you're next.
To go.
Do you have another one?
Yes, please.
I'll make a motion.
Highlights, just,
R5. Okay, R5. R5 is, this is the allocation of funds to cover additional costs for the Riverside Regional Jail authorities. There was an attachment, letter from the director at the jail authorities indicating that a check was being forwarded to the city manager. I can validate that he brought that check in. It's deposited, it's sitting on hold, and we are required, or we supposed to, according to the requirements here, is make sure that we reissue that check back to them on or before June 30th, but we have to have council's approval to do that. So in the short briefing, we'd like you to vote so that we can go ahead on. The money's here, it's been deposited, it's just a matter now of us writing it out and sending it back.
okay, Vice Mayor Parton and Counselor Denton.
I move that we authorize the city manager or acting city manager to issue $63,299 to the Riverside Regional Jail Authority.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Counselor Gore, do you have anything to ask? Discussion?
No, thank you.
Okay, roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
No.
Yes. Oh,
Counselor Denton,
yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Terry.
Mr. Ward.
You owe Mr. Ward, Mr. Terry.
Briefly.
Real quick,
That'll be the last.
council approved, so we have a deed of correction in front of you tonight. So back in November of 2018, city council voted 7-0 to approve the vacation of a portion of Trenton Street. When the ordinance and the deed were recorded, they were recorded with incorrect parcel numbers. We had a different mayor at the time, and so at the advice of the city attorney, we were asking you just to reapprove this evening so that the proper mayor can sign the correct documents.
The current mayor, not the prior
The
one.
current mayor, yes. So we can get the parcel numbers corrected.
All right, I'll make that motion.
Second.
I'm sorry, I was,
I'd like to make the motion.
Counselor Denton had her light on
Why she need a discussion?
for discussion.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
There's a motion on the floor already.
Oh, okay.
They did it
I didn't hear
already.
it.
They,
Yeah,
all
Brenda
right.
made the motion and I seconded it.
Can you restate the motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve this ordinance so it become current and up to date. Do I have to say the ordinance?
As
number?
presented?
As presented for ordinance 2018-1127.
Actually, it's so the current mayor can sign off on the paperwork,
Okay.
right?
Let me start over.
Yeah, so that should
I'd like
be,
to make a motion
Authorize
so the current
execution of the,
Ma'am?
authorize signing of the deed of correction.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion for the current mayor to sign what?
deed of correction.
Deed of correction for ordinance number 2018-1127, parentheses, 1 parentheses.
Second.
Okay. Roll call?
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes,
Counselor Pelham.
Yes,
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
change your last name to start with the A.
Is there a motion to go into closed meeting?
make
So
a
moved.
motion to go into closed.
Second,
Hold on.
Will you
Need to
please read?
You're gonna need to state the exemption.
Yeah.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
I move we go into closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1 to discuss prospective appointees to boards and commissions and to discuss and consider personnel matters for city for city council employees, city manager, city attorney, and city clerk.
Second. Roll call?
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
You better say yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Oh,
yes, Counselor Pelham.
Yes,
Motion passes to go into closed.
we'll be back.
You know what that reminds me of? Have you seen the
Susan.
Medea witness protection program? The guy, Eugene Levy, sleeping in the bed, and Medea goes to wake him.
All right, I turned into a pumpkin.
Okay, I'm so proud of you, council. You guys are doing
"Don't forget me."
great. Council, you guys are doing great. Keep up the smile.
Oh, we got.
She said, "Don't forget me."
okay.
Said, "Molly, I'm gonna purposely forget you."
I need to make a big sign, like a
Yeah, so we're going to go on.
I think that's just gonna make me hungrier. Oh, so that will make me angry.
Right.
Yes. Yes, I'm
Sit there and told her.
Yeah.
I turned into a pumpkin.
You sure?
Yeah,
How many
I'm
my pocketbook?
gonna be right here, I'm not going anywhere. Lord have mercy. Hey,
And, I hope so.
Yeah.
one second, let me just close, that's all right, let me close this meeting.
I know. You can sit here and see if they made
I can't close this one, I can stop sharing.
You need to go to the bathroom from here.
Put her on your speakerphone.
Where's my phone?
You got it?
Hold on.
During the current absence of the Senate.
Mayor Bennett, I sent that to you in text.
Janice, you need to sit down.
Thank you. I did see it. Appreciate it.
I don't. I gotta get up in the morning
Yeah,
and
can you
do
hear me?
pills and things.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
you on speakerphone.
Okay, good.
All right. Is there a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Madam Clerk?
Sorry, Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion to come out of closed passed. Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D, where only public business matters, one, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and two, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Certification passes.
Okay. I'm gonna do the contract. The contract, Molly's contract.
Yeah. I move that we appoint Molly Bess as the city clerk. Oh, you already got it? Okay.
No,
It's
go
not
ahead.
in there. It's not in there, is it?
No.
Yes. So that's why I asked him to
Yeah.
do it.
Okay.
I'll
Sure.
take it. Before you can change it.
Second.
Okay.
Best joke all night.
All right.
I missed it.
Roll call.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Molly Bess is your official city
Only
clerk.
took
Thank you.
Okay,
It only
Counselor
took us
Denton.
a year. That's,
Counselor Denton, you're up.
Okay. I would like to move that during the current absence of the city manager, that Jerry Byerly be designated to perform the duties of city manager through June the 27th, 2022, followed by Dr. Concetta Manca upon her return to work following vacation.
second.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded.
I have a discussion.
Counselor
Can we
Pelham?
change it, Mr. Bowley, to through the 26th, because Dr. Manca returns on the 27th.
I'm sorry, but may I
She
intervene?
returns on the 27th.
Dr. Manker said because she's traveling outside of the country, she may have to quarantine for the first week of return and may not be back in the office
Okay,
until that
so
after the
make
first
a
week of
friendly
July.
amendment
So we
upon
would
her
make
return
this-
and no date.
To the June,
She
to
just
July
texted you
1st.
that or something?
No, she told me before she left, she told me that she was going to Italy and that upon return, if it is required that she quarantine for 1 week because she's been out of the country, she would not be able to return to the office until, I believe she said, July 5th, maybe.
Okay, Counselor Randolph, we'll get that checked
Until
out
her
because-
return.
Because what we did, this is the thing. I know what she told you, but Counselor Denton did go down to the HR and she verified the leave, right?
Yeah, that's her official leave.
Yeah, she's
So
on
she verified the
vacation.
leave, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
Yes, okay.
so that's what we were going on.
Okay, yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
but if she can't come back, we'll extend that.
I believe that we probably should amend that motion to include that these two people will be interims unless the city manager comes back in that timeframe.
Once,
Actually, I think it's
It's-
probably
it's-
taken care of because
yeah.
it's during the absence.
Yes.
So the absence will end when he
Okay,
comes back.
okay,
So
just
I
wanna
think-
make sure
I think
we're
it's put on
clear
second.
so we don't get in trouble. Thank you.
Sorry.
Point well taken.
during the absence.
Okay,
Okay,
all right.
so go with it as it is, all right?
Roll call?
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway, Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yeah.
Motion passes.
All right.
Make a
Hold on,
motion
there's-
that we be
One
adjourned.
There's
more.
one more.
There's one more.
Oh,
I move that we appoint Danielle Ferguson to the city attorney.
Second.
Roll call?
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
We have some discussion on that?
Of course.
Yes, discussion. I'm sorry, I didn't see your light.
That's, well,
She didn't push it.
Oh, okay, you didn't push it.
I mean,
Yes, Counselor Denton.
I just would like to state for the record that personally, I cannot support this motion. City Council as a whole agreed that our top qualification for a new city attorney would be experience as a city or a county attorney dealing with local government legal matters. The individual under consideration has no previous experience as a city or a county attorney or working in a city or county's attorney's office. So I cannot support this nomination.
Counselor Pelham.
I would say that, I don't know, Ms. Denton, I don't know if she was here when there has never been, in 18 years that I've been on council, there was only one attorney that had city and county experience. And I've said it a million times probably. That was the one that just currently left us, Miss Sandra Robinson. Had a wealth of experience. Everyone that Ms. Denton's husband coached, Lashney, Freddie Congelo, who else we have? Stephen Kalos. None of them had city experience. None. They got the experience. Even Jack Gould, when I wasn't here. And Wilmot, every attorney for the city of Hopewell got their experience based on working for the city of Hopewell. Now, all of a sudden, experience counts. The young lady has a Juris, what y'all degree called? Juris Doctorate. And I think that means she can at least read and do some research. She has the ability to read the law and interpret it and give an opinion therein, just like every other attorney that we had. So Ms. Denton just needs to explain a little further why she don't want this young lady, because it has nothing to do with experience. Because there's only been one for Hopewell, one. If anybody can give documentation or history to tell me otherwise, I duly apologize. But there is no such thing as history and experience in Hopewell for attorneys, but one. Thank you very much.
Okay, this is gonna be discussion limitation, Rule 203. Counselor Denton, this will be your last time,
Okay.
okay?
I have no reason, absolutely no reason, other than no experience, and we as a council put that in the ad, that we wanted someone with
Put it
experience.
in every ad.
It was in
Counselor
the
Denton,
ad,
you can speak through me.
when we posted it, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
So I think you are incorrect on that. I think you're very much incorrect, but I don't have the documents in front of me, but I'll make sure that Counselor Pelham gets those documents. I just feel that we need an experienced attorney. I agree with Councilor Pelham that Ms. Robinson was indeed an excellent attorney. She had experience, she came recommended, and I voted for her. So I do vote for people who have experience. So I cannot support this nomination.
All right, Councilor
Again.
Pelham, this is your last time.
You have 3 terms, I thought. This is my
You
second
only
time.
had 2 times, this is gonna be your last time.
Is it correct?
2 times, up to 3
rule
minutes
says 2
apiece.
or 3? Our rule says 3 times in 10
No,
minutes.
our rule says 2 times, up to 3 minutes.
That's correct.
Either 3 minutes or 2 times, Rule 203.
Okay, I'll read Rule 203, I think y'all.
You have it.
Again, define experience. My question is again to you. In every advertisement, every advertisement that we made, we asked for experience. We asked for the same advertisement went out for each city attorney's position. Again, we got applications. We got some people with limited experience. But from the groups of different lawyers, attorneys that represented themselves before this council, none had experience. And when you voted for Sandra Robinson, she was the only one that met the total criteria on the application. She was the only one. We substituted experience with common sense of the fact that the people had degrees that match what we were looking for, and the ability therein to perform in it. So we would just have to agree to disagree and leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, so, can you just restate the motion one time? So we know where we are.
The motion is to, accept Daniel Ferguson as the
Danielle.
new,
Danielle.
Appoint, to appoint.
what'd I say?
I thought you said Daniel.
I think I did. The motion is to,
Appoint.
appoint Danielle Ferguson as the new city attorney for Hopewell. Is there an effective date? Do we need that?
Effective when?
Yeah, is there,
Well,
an-
we're gonna work on
terms
that.
to be
We're just,
Yeah.
so, motion to
Roll
appoint
call.
her as city attorney. Mayor Bennett,
yes.
Councilor Randolph,
No.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
No.
Councilor Gore,
Are we voting on to approve her?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Councilor Denton,
No.
Councilor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-3 to appoint.
Can we adjourn?
Danielle.
You too?
Can we adjourn?
Second.
Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
We're sitting here waiting to go and y'all talking like
I appreciate that.
I don't give a Tom will tell you that. Tom will tell you got it. Tom will tell, wait a minute.
Oh, Mr. Byerly.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, really? I just told him good luck.
What is your phone number? I have to call you.
336.
She said no.
I gotta call you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
804-336.
Thank you. You stood up for the allegiance. I just wanted, I signed this. You need 2 contracts in one. One is for service, one is for construction. I went on and approved this to form, but there's this little typo here. There needs to be initial by.
Okay.
Marta,
If it was my way, I could have just
No,
called
but
for the
Mark
vote
Barr's
while
not a
patients was
signatory.
using the
It's
bathroom.
gotta be
Do
signed by
that.
whoever's gonna sign the contract for the
Okay.
city. This one is,
All right.
city manager.
So, Mr. Byerly.
So whoever's acting city
Thank
manager
you
is
so
going to
much.
initial that there and initial.
I know an instigator when I see one, yes.
Got
So that it reads.
What can I say?
it. I'll make
I'd
sure
rather
that's
do
This
that.
thing, this is
than
just your
have
warm
them
up
read it.
for
I already
tomorrow.
signed it.
Oh,
Okay,
no, I
I'll give it to Mr. Bowley.
Oh, yeah, well, that's very true.
That's what
Add
it
this
does.
all together.
Well, I can tell you tomorrow, I'm already told him, it's 1 hour.
I gotta go to the restroom again,
On top
I'll,
of that, 'cause you gotta go to a medical appointment.
Oh, I'll move my medical. I get up.
Please get your
I gotta do this all over again tomorrow now.
Oh,
we do.
I'm trying to get out tomorrow.
When do you sleep?
Another place?
And Albemarle County.
Oh, wow. And for Richmond, you have to, is that further?